Well, hello, everyone, and welcome back to Uncivil Law, where, as always, we learn through the misfortunes of others. I am your host, Uncivil Law, a licensed attorney in both Texas and Virginia, and we are here with the continuing case of former school resource officer Scot Peterson, who was a licensed law enforcement badged official whose duty station was the Parkland School. For 9 years, he had been a school resource officer at that particular school. And of course, on February the 14th of the fateful year of 2018, there was a school shooting in which 17 people died and 17 people were injured. The school shooter himself has already been tried, convicted, and sentenced. He is essentially, in so many words, being charged for cowardice. Technically being charged with, let's see, where is my notes? Being charged with the count of perjury for lying to investigators, 3 counts of culpable negligence for the adults who were shot on the 3rd floor, and charged with some other charges relating to the children. I forget exactly how many counts. Oh, there it is, 7 counts for the 4 children killed and 3 who were wounded on the 1st floor. So 7 counts of felony child neglect, 3 counts of culpable negligence for the adults on the 3rd floor, and 1 count of perjury for lying to officials, apparently in a situation that was under oath. He faces up to 95 years and, of course, loss of his pension, which is $104,000 a year, if he is convicted. And so far in the case, we have gotten a lot of emotional testimony. We heard from one police officer who responded to the scene, who was surprisingly helpful to the defense, at least in my view, surprisingly helpful to the defense. And then I think we heard from one other police officer as well. And then we heard from one teacher who I wasn't quite sure why they particularly were testifying. It was a little confusing. And then we heard from a whole bunch of other teachers, and I believe 4 students who were injured in the incident, whose testimony was of varying degrees, factually helpful, but really more there for the emotional value. Their value as witnesses that speak to what the defendant did is minimal, because all they can say is, well, I didn't see the defendant, he didn't help me, which doesn't really speak to what the defendant did or did not do, except as so far as it relates to them. So, the defendant can only be in so many places at once. This school is 45 acres big. It's multiple football fields long. It has a student population of 3,300 people. It's a big school. So just because he wasn't helping that student or that student doesn't mean that he wasn't doing something with respect to the other 3,300 students who were there that day, or the other 45 acres of campus. So their value has been very minimal in sort of that. So far, we've been leading with emotion, which isn't necessarily a bad strategy, by the way, to lead with emotion and get the jury outraged. You do have to be careful with that, though, as a prosecutor, because of course you do run the possibility of the jury becoming desensitized, particularly if the trial goes on for a long period of time. So you do have to at least concern yourself with such considerations. The jury might become desensitized, or they might find themselves emotionally unavailable and become exhausted. So you have to sort of feel that out. Depending on the nature of the horror show, of course, would mitigate that. If the evidence is particularly gruesome or particularly horrible, then you might have to be less concerned about that. But something obviously you want to at least conjure. I don't think they've been overly gruesome about it. It's been emotionally resonant, but I don't think they've done it in a, what would you say? I don't think they've done it in just a very sort of overly emphasized way. I think they've handled it well. They haven't been gratuitous about it, I think, is really the word I wanted to find. They haven't been gratuitous about it, which is a temptation that some prosecutors will run into. And fortunately, they have not run into that problem so far. The emotion we've heard some audio. We've heard some audio from the students who were there. We've heard the gunshots. We've heard the fire alarms going off. So we've also seen the wounds on the students. They've seen the wounds to their legs. We've seen the wounds to their back. We've heard them testify about how they have trouble walking, how these injuries have harmed them. So it's definitely been emotional, but not gratuitous. So I think I've been very pleased so far with both the prosecution and the defense. The defense at times has gotten a little bit out of control, you know. So they've not been perfect. We have to downgrade them to a 9, right? They've definitely run into problems. First of all, their opening sucked ass. So let's just be honest about that. Defense opening was garbage. Um, but it failed technically as an opening. Their cross examination has been mostly perfect. Um, they have at times gotten a little bit out of hand. They've at times been testifying, really, instead of asking questions, even leading questions, they've gone too far, and the judges had to rein them in and rein them back. The defense lawyer apparently made some sort of motion yesterday, which we didn't get to hear, to the judge, basically being like, "I'm not happy that you're remanding me in front of the jury." So we didn't see how that all played out. But I don't think the judge has been wrong. The defense has definitely, run into problems. So that's sort of where we're sitting right now. We do not have sufficient information at this time. There has not at this time been, to my mind, a prima facie case of guilt. So if we ended right now, we'd have to rule not guilty. There's not been prima facie evidence of each and every element of the crime. So right now, the prosecution is just leading with emotion, leading with some personal stories, not in an invalid way to go about it, a valid trial strategy, but they have not, of course, at least so far, made the prima facie case. The defense also has raised some very interesting questions as to potential avenues of defense, namely how loud the fire alarm was, how even when the fire alarm wasn't going off, the shots that were on the first floor could not be heard on the third floor inside the hallway, how there were buildings that the sound reverberated and echoed, how the officer was getting potentially conflicting information. The shots are coming from this building, no, this building, no, from the field, no, from here, no, from there. And he was alone. He only had his sidearm. He didn't have any SWAT gear. He didn't have any backup. And so the defense has teased out elements that are very useful to the defense. They've been very effective in getting things from the cross, and they've been very good in particular with the students in terms of not they just get in and get out, right? The cross for each of the students has been like 6 questions long, but it's been perfect. Just get in, get out, get what you need, get out, and it's been perfect. So he might have spiked the football a few too many times yesterday with the cop who was one of the responding cops with the SWAT gear. He's getting a lot of useful information from the cop, to be sure. He might have spiked the football a few too many times though. So, but those are my criticisms. Overall it's been very, very good lawyering. It's worthy of being watched in sort of as an exemplar of what to do. The what not to do stuff is more in the nature of notes than in the nature of massive criticisms. So I'd say so far, although I didn't understand the purpose of one witness, so I didn't understand why they were there technically, because I was kind of confused. But the way that the prosecution's been asking questions and the way they've been structuring their questions has been just about perfect. Sometimes the break in between questions has been a little fast. Same thing for the defense. So the flow of the questions for the prosecution has been essentially perfect, and sort of the arc for the questions, stepping on their own lines a little bit. So they move directly from one answer to the next question, like immediately, where really they should probably take a second or two pause to let the answer at least sit for just a second. So it's like stepping on their own punchline. Basically, if you want that analogy, it's stepping on their own punchline. They're not giving the opportunity for it to sit before moving on. They're just moving on and on and on. And defense is doing the same thing though. So they both have the same problem. They both could take a deep breath between the answer and the next question. But other than that, like the structure of the questions themselves and sort of their flow is basically perfect. So in sort of how to tell the story, The text on the page, the text on the page of the story is basically perfect. The delivery, perhaps slightly off, but it's a minor critique. So that's sort of where we're sitting about all that today. You're distracted by my eyes? That's very nice of you. Thank you. I think the defendant is, I would expect the defendant to testify. I would expect the defendant to testify because I'm not sure there's any, I don't know, but I'm having trouble foreseeing, and I could be wrong because I don't know everything the defense lawyer knows, obviously. So he has a much more complete understanding of the picture. But at least in my own head, I'm having a little bit of trouble understanding how we're going to get the information that we need other than by calling the defendant. So the general consensus, as best as I can understand it, among criminal defense lawyers is it is cautioned against putting your own witness on the stand. I have occasionally heard a defense lawyer to say that putting your own client on the stand is malpractice. They think it's such a bad idea. I don't think that's the consensus. I think the consensus is that it's worthy of caution. And I think the consensus is that if you can get the information from someone other than your witness, you probably should. Not for the least of reasons, of course, that your witness is obviously self-interested, right? Anything coming from the defendant's own mouth is obviously self-interest. He has an incredible motivation to lie. That isn't to say that he is lying. It's to say he has an incredible motivation to lie. And one would imagine the jury might look at anything he says skeptically. So for reasons of avoiding exposing your client, for reasons of avoiding your client saying something really stupid, for reasons of getting the information from someone else, anyone else who isn't obviously massively incentivized to lie, it is generally thought of as good practice to get the information from someone other than the defendant if you can. The problem is here, I don't know that that's possible. I don't know that we can do that. I don't know that because a lot of this goes to the defendant's state of mind and what the defendant did, what the defendant knew or didn't know. And people can certainly convey like things that they said on the radio. So it's like, oh, I said this on the radio. Was your radio working? Sure. Did other officers who had the radio hear it? Yes. Therefore, did the defendant hear it? He should have been able to. But even if the defendant did, in fact, hear that and know that doesn't even solve the problem, because the problem is, what else did he know? What else did he hear? What else did he think? Right? So even if he heard shots fired in Bill 1200, shots fired, right? Even if he heard that piece of information for a fact, it still doesn't solve the problem, because the question is, what else did he hear? What else did he know? What else was he thinking was going on? And I don't know how we get that information except from the defendant. You know, because what information did he hear? What information did he know? Where was he standing? What did he believe? And I don't know how we get that information except from the defendant. So my expectation is we're going to have the defendant testify, because I'm not sure how we get that out technically except through the defendant in this situation. So, I mean, the only other way that you could do it, like if you're thinking like Kyle Rittenhouse, the situation, for example, Kyle Rittenhouse was in a situation where there were a lot of other people around him. So a lot of other people could testify theoretically. And there was also video, which was helpful, of course. So in Kyle Rittenhouse, you had video of Kyle. That was nice. You also had other people who were there who could testify as to what they directly saw the defendant do. And so you didn't necessarily need to get Kyle Rittenhouse on the stand. I don't think Kyle Rittenhouse had to testify, at least in sort of a factual sense. There was nothing that Kyle said that we didn't get from someone else. So Kyle didn't really give us the amount of new information that Kyle gave us was fairly minimal. We didn't need him. We could have done it without him. Now, maybe we put him on the stand for other reasons, not for those reasons, of course, that he ultimately has the right to testify in his own defense if he wants to, and the defense lawyers can't stop him. So, I mean, there's that. So maybe it's that. Or maybe we thought it was required because we really needed the jury to see him and look him in the face. But I could have easily understood. And if you go back and watch LawTube when we're watching that, if you go back and watching LawTube, I think you will see the general consensus of LawTube is we were collectively skeptical at the time at putting Kyle on the stand. We collectively thought this was a questionable decision. Because we were, in fact, able to get out everything we needed from someone else. We didn't need Kyle. And so putting Kyle on the stand seemed like only possibilities for net negative. It didn't seem like we would gain any new ground. We would only potentially go down. Now, fortunately, we didn't go down. So we didn't suffer those negative consequences. But you don't know that going in advance. I mean, you've practiced. You've had your mock juries. You've talked to your client. You hope. But do you know what Kyle's going to testify on the stand? No. Do you know what's going to happen on cross? No. You've prepared, but risky move. Fortunately, it worked out well for him. But here, we don't have that situation, at least to the best of my understanding. We don't have that situation, right? We're not in a situation where this defendant was constantly surrounded by other people. We're not in a situation where there seems to be video of the defendant. There doesn't seem to be. It's a 45-acre campus. It's a big campus. So we don't seem to be in the situation where we can get this information from someone else. So my expectation, therefore, would be we have no choice but to put the defendant on the stand, assuming the state makes its case, its prima facie case, which they haven't yet, but I'm going to anticipate that they will eventually. So we'll see. Anytime the court wants to turn on the audio would be fine. I've got it in whisper mode. I hope you like ASMR court, because that's what we got right now.
Do you still have the order?
Yes, and please, if you would be so kind as to share this on social media, retweeting is particularly helpful. I've pinned the tweet to the pinned comments, so you can retweet that. That would be very, very helpful to help bring attention to the channel. And if you don't have the Twitter, sharing on your other social media of choice would be fine. DM your friends, share it on Discord, get a megaphone, stand on a street corner, tell people about it, whatever. That'd be great. I believe 17 students were killed. And 17 were injured, I believe. That was February 14th, 2018.
And the mic is not directly at the judge. The mic is is in the middle of the jury stand pointing that way. So yeah, that's how he did it the last couple of days, and it sounded great.
We'll also probably be playing some Zelda today. So, just FYI. "14 students, 3 adults." That sounds right. That sounds right. The prosecution in their opening alluded to the fact that he you know, basically hid behind a car or something for like 45 minutes, but we have no testimony about that yet. We've heard no testimony as to what the defendant actually did. We've also heard no testimony so far as to the defendant's duty to do things legally. So we are definitely missing some key elements of the offense so far. But that's fine. That's fine. This is supposed to be a 6-week trial, as I understand it. The prosecution is leading with emotion, getting people emotionally interested in the story, getting the jury emotionally engaged so that they'll pay attention.
Jurors entering.
Oh dear. Please move the camera. We don't need to see their feet. Well, we can see some jury shoes. Apparently one of them is wearing some red sneakers. Please don't show a juror. Oh my God. Oh, Lord, have mercy in heaven. Oh, oh, Lord. Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Come on in.
Okay, so Court TV doesn't know how to Court TV. That's great, thanks.
All the parties may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you using the notepads, I'll give you a moment to get those notepads.
So if the defense would like to move for a mistrial, now would be fine. For having exposed a juror's face, that's great. Or at least dismissing the juror.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back.
Great, good work, Court TV, that's just fantastic. I hate you. I hate you in particular because there's now a very decent chance that you will be kicked out of the courtroom because you suck so bad at your job, and we won't be able to watch the trial, and I hate you on a personal level. So we may not be covering this trial after all. Because we may not be able to, because it wouldn't strike me as completely unlikely that Court TV gets kicked out of the courtroom for being complete idiots. So if we don't get to cover this trial, it's been fun. Anytime the court would like to turn on its own audio, by the way, would be fine.
You can come all the way up to the witness stand.
It's like you have one job to do. You have one job. Don't show the jurors. Not that it needs to be said on my channel, but I'll say it anyway. Please, for the love of God, do not contact any of the jurors. Okay, because that's obstruction. Please don't contact any of the jurors at all. Let them be. Thank you. So we have a So it looks like we're going to have a witness with a translation.
Please state your full name and spell your full name.
Anytime they want to turn on the microphone would be fine. Yeah, don't look them up. Don't search them out. Don't try to figure out who they are. Don't friend them on social media. Don't contact them. Pretend that they don't exist. Please.
Good morning, Marion. I understand that you do speak some English, correct?
Oh my God.
I assume I will understand the majority of what I'm saying in English.
All right, I'm gonna go yell at Court TV in their feed for a while.
Yes, but you prefer to have a Russian interpreter just in case certain words don't come to you in English. the jury where you currently live and whether you're working or in school.
This is as good as it gets right now on audio. So I could completely jack up the audio,
I live in
but if I do that, if I jack up the audio enough that you can hear it, when they actually turn on the microphones, it will blow out your ears. So I'd like to not do that. So I don't think I should jack up the audio. If I jack up the audio now,
19.
it'll blow out your ears if they actually fix the problem. Am I a channel who believes the Parkland shooter is a hoax? No.
My parents, my mom,
No. What makes you
my
what makes you think I said anything like that ever? No, I don't think it's a hoax. No, God no.
Marianne, in 2018, did you live in the same home in Parkland?
Yes.
Were you in high school at the time?
Yes, I was attending majority.
Well, at least we have subtitles. We got that going for us, so that's
I
nice.
want to turn your attention to February of 2018. Can you explain for the members of the jury how long you have been in this country?
So apparently, I think this is a former student, but he only speaks Russian.
But the school I was only attending.
Maybe an exchange student of some kind.
Explain for the jury how it is that you were able
I
to
guess.
attend English classes if your English wasn't so strong at that point.
Это было сложно. Я использовал средства переводчика на телефоне для общения. Но студенты всегда очень приветливые, поэтому это было весьма возможно.
It was difficult, and I was using means of communicating with people through like an interpreter app, but also all of the students were very friendly and hospitable, so that helped a lot.
I'm not sure also why we're getting a Russian student to testify about this. I don't know what that's all about. I mean, I assume there's plenty of students who speak English. So why we're getting like the one student who only speaks Russian, I don't quite know. But okay.
Это был день влюбленный, я его никак не праздновал, но у всех было приподнятое настроение. Школа как бы была более активной и живой.
It was a Valentine's Day,
And by the way, although it goes without saying, he might be able to speak English very well. But being able to speak English well enough to testify in is a whole nother issue. I mean, Vladimir Putin speaks English. But still, like when he's giving official, like when he's talking, like even if he makes an appearance in like a Western country, it's typically translated from Russian, even though he's perfectly capable of speaking English. Because Russian is his native language. It's probably the language he literally thinks in. And so, yeah, he might be able to speak English. He might be able to speak English fairly well. The fact that he's testifying in Russian, though, because it's a language he knows better, like, doesn't surprise me at all. So I don't know how well he speaks English. But even if he's borderline fluent, the fact that he's testifying in Russian doesn't strike me as odd.
Вначале класс был обычно, ничего не происходило. Все было как обычно, насколько я помню, писали что-то вроде самостоятельной работы, небольшого теста.
So initially in the beginning it was just typical class, nothing was happening.
And it's not just a Putin thing, by the way.
There was like
Lots of world translators, lots of world leaders do that. It was just the first example that came to my mind.
by ourselves.
Macron speaks in French. Merkel speaks in German, although Merkel's not the chancellor anymore. Who's the chancellor of Germany now? I forget. But you understand the point.
С русского на английский, с английского на русский и с обратно, как бы записывал мои задания.
For that particular task, I was using Google Translate. I was translating from English to Russian and Russian to English.
And can I ask you, when you use Google Translate to communicate with the other students? How do you use it?
Я уже плохо помню, как тогда его использовал, сейчас не пользуюсь, но, насколько я помню, там была возможность что-то вроде communicate, где можно...
How the court reporter does it, she writes down the translation. That's why that woman is standing there. She's there to translate. She writes down the translation.
The way I was using it.
The translation is considered the official
Right now.
testimony.
I believe there was something like communication.
And so it's easy enough for the translator.
Speak in English or Russian, and then it was recorded, and then it would get translated.
So as you're sitting in class and you're performing your task and using Google Translate, what happens next?
Сработала сигнализация. Насколько я понял, это отраженный сигнал.
It looks a little bit like Magnus Carlsen.
And as far as I understood, that was a fire.
Is that racist for me to say that?
You have your
It
headphones.
looks a little bit like Magnus Carlsen.
Да, у меня были...
Stereotyping.
Я, опять же, свой переводчик, параллельно слушал музыку.
Yes, I had headphones on.
Of course, Magnus Carlsen is Norwegian, not Russian, but
And I was
close enough, right?
simultaneously listening to
Norwegian and Russia are almost the same country. They're right next to each other.
Started to go off.
Although Norway is actually on the far side because it's Norway, then Sweden, then Finland. So it's on actually the wrong side of it. But never mind. It's close enough.
students started exiting class.
Но, насколько
Norway borders Russia now. Does Norway actually border Russia?
более-менее медленно, так это был последний урок, я не собираюсь
I'd have to double check on that.
с собой.
Because, like,
And as far
it
as
might
I
curve up.
remember, nobody was in a big
Yeah, whatever.
hurry because it was like the last class, and people started gathering their stuff to leave.
И,
My geography isn't that good.
как я помню, опять же,
It's
учитель
like, do they border? Like, I know where this is. Do they have a border? I was like, well, Norway does kind of curve up. Maybe it does.
As I
Yeah,
remember,
okay.
The teacher, he actually yelled for us to hurry up, to back up faster.
You got to give me some credit, okay? I'm an American,
So we hurried.
and I roughly know where Norway is in the world. And I know it's Norway, Sweden, and then Finland in that order. So give me some credit. I have some pretty good for American. I'm doing fine.
Students in a hallway, and because of my height, I'm not too tall, I wasn't able to see what's in front.
Но потом впереди...
Do I want a medal? Yes, a little bit. Yes, I do.
Подошел, тот начал что-то говорить, кричать. Я...
I want a like on this video. That's what I want.
Then something started happening in front. There was some noise. Someone started speaking and yelling something. But because of my English level, I wasn't really understanding what was going on.
Для меня все было незнакомо. Я только недавно в этой школе, я не знал, что может происходить. Но студенты впереди начали бежать обратно.
And to me, nothing was familiar there, and I didn't know what's in front of me. But I saw that some students started running backwards.
Но я начал медленными шагами отступать назад.
And so I started stepping backwards slowly.
И через несколько секунд раздались выстрелы.
And several seconds later, the gunshot sounded.
Звуки были очень громкими, поэтому меня как бы передернуло немного.
The sound was very loud. That's why I a little bit shivered.
И я до этого никогда не слышал настоящего.
Check messages. Yep.
Для меня это было большим потрясением.
I never heard real gunshots before in my life, so that's why it was very shocking.
И я после того, как раздались выстрелы, начал тоже бежать в противоположную сторону от куда пришел стрелок.
So after those gunshots, I also started running in the opposite direction.
All right, I'm going to boost the audio and hope for the best. This all blows out everyone's ears. I apologize in advance.
You heard those gunshots. Were you in the hallway still? started to run.
All right, it's not boosted. That didn't help very much, so I guess we won't have to worry about it.
Я бежал к противоположной лестнице.
So I was running to the opposite, it's a staircase.
Но пока я бежал, что-то ударило мне в ногу. И в этот момент, когда мне ударилось в ногу, я заметил, что слева есть учитель и несколько студентов, которые стоят в углу.
But while I was running, something hit my leg. And also when I was running, I noticed on my left there was a group there with a teacher and several students.
И я подбежал к ним.
So
I could
ran-
turn my own microphone down, I suppose.
И учитель пытался открыть
Uh,
класс,
I'll turn my microphone down.
и у него это не получилось.
So the teacher tried to open the class, and it did not work out.
When you say it didn't work out, what does that mean?
Ну, ему не удалось, он пытался ключами что-то
Help a little bit.
что я не делал, но он так и не открыл этот класс.
So
I mean,
he
it's
was
really, really
trying to
quiet,
use his
so.
keys. I saw he was trying, but it didn't work out. He did not open class.
And while he's struggling to open the door, have you already been shot in the leg?
И пока он пытается открыть дверь, то есть уже в этот момент ранен.
Да, я перед тем, как бежать в этот угол, меня уже ранили.
Yes, before I ran to this corner, I already got wounded.
I'm just going to mute my mic for now because it's so low, and we'll go from there.
Да, он попытался открыть другую дверь класса, и опять же ему это не удалось.
Yes, then he tried to open the other door of the class, and again, it did not work out.
While this is happening, are there more gunshots going on in the background?
Пока все это делаете, и вот там еще больше выстрелов очень сильно.
Да, выстрелов было очень.
Yes, there were very many gunshots.
And what are you thinking?
Что вы думаете?
Ну, я в момент, я не знаю, о чем я точно думал, но как бы шокированно, я не мог поверить, что это может быть стрельба, потому что я не мог поверить, что такое может случиться.
I don't know what I was thinking at that moment. I was in shock. This shooting, I couldn't believe that was happening.
Я был уверен, что то есть это не может быть стрельбой, сознательно брошенной.
He actually yelled for us to hurry up, to back up faster.
Ну и мы поторопились,
The shooting stopped,
и он сказал нам бежать к лестнице.
so he told us to run towards the staircase.
Насколько я помню, в этом году было несколько студентов, и несколько этих студентов сидели, и они не побежали.
As far as I remember, at that corner there were several students, and those several students they were sitting, and they did not run.
Why? What do you mean?
Что вы думаете?
Я в тот момент не был уверен, что с ними, но вокруг я видел как бы капли крови, и поэтому...
At that moment, I wasn't sure what was happening to them, but I saw some drops of blood around there.
И я побежал с еще несколькими студентами к противоположной лестнице.
So I ran with a couple other students towards the staircase.
When you go ahead.
И тогда, пока я бежал, я думаю, что раздались еще несколько выстрелов.
And then, while I was running, I believe several more gunshots sounded.
И я побежал вне вниз по лестнице, и там же как бы, я заметил, что по ощущениям как бы меньше людей стало, чем бежало.
So I ran, I ran down on the staircase, and at that moment I had an impression that there were less people than before.
Я уже не видел учителя и еще нескольких детей.
I was not seeing the teacher and a couple other kids around.
Но с теми детьми, которые остались, мы вышли на улицу из корпуса, и там лежал мужчина перед выходом.
But we got outside with the other kids. We got out of the building, and there was a male's body just laying there.
И когда мы вышли, мы отошли немного от здания, мы побежали в сторону парковки.
And then we walked away from the building a little bit and ran towards parking.
Was it clear to you that the man that was laying on the ground was dead?
Вам было чуть?
Да, это было понятно, но я все равно не хотел это признавать.
Yes, that was understandable, but I was still in denial.
Я придумал для себя там всякие причины, которые нелогичные и неестественные причины.
I was making up some reasons that were not logical and they were not natural.
Did any police officer run towards you when you exited that building?
Когда вы вышли, вы в этом здании, как полицейский побежал?
Нет.
No.
When you took off running, where did you go?
Когда вы стали бежать, куда вы побежали?
Бежали в сторону парковки к границам школы, к школьной зоны. И забежали.
So we ran towards parking. We ran towards the border of the school territory, school premises.
Мы были уже весьма далеко от здания и начали идти медленным шагом.
So, and we got pretty far away from the building, and then we started walking slowly.
Но потом опять раздались выстрелы.
But then the gunshots sounded again.
И мы подумали, что стреляют опять в нас, и мы побежали.
And so we were thinking that we were the target of this shooting again, so we started running again.
And when you heard those gunshots from after you had run away from the building, how far were you from the building when you could still hear those gunshots?
Когда вы слышали эти выстрелы, когда вы уже вышли, да, на каком расстоянии, как далеко вы отстояли?
Я так сложно оценить, но мы были на достаточно большом расстоянии, что мы уже чувствовали себя в безопасности.
It's hard to tell, but the distance was big enough for us to feel safe.
If I showed you a map, would it help you in your testimony?
Да.
Yes.
No.
I'm broadcasting that.
Okay.
Is that
I don't know if this is on, I'm not sure how to turn it on. Marion, I'm going to show you an image that will appear on your screen. Sorry, I apologize. I'm showing him what's already in evidence of stage one. Marion, do you see the 1200 building that you were in that day on this map?
Да.
Yes.
I'm going to turn on a feature that allows you to draw on the screen. Actually, I don't know if I can turn it on, but
Okay.
to please circle the 1200 building or building 12 that you were in. Now, if you can show the members of the jury which door you exited from and which direction you ran. If you recall. If you don't recall which door you exited from, that's okay.
So I exited from this side.
And then show the members of the jury by drawing a line which direction you ran.
I think something like that.
I'd like for you to place an X on the screen where you were standing when you could still hear those gunshots.
I think somewhere in this zone right here.
And is that what caused you to then start running again?
Yes.
Okay, so you start to run. Which direction do you go to? What do you do next?
Мы начали бежать вначале несколько студентов попробовали перелезть через забор, им это не удалось, и они побежали, я с ними побежал к выходу отсюда.
So initially several students tried to climb the fence and it did not work out. So then they start running and I'm running with them and we ran towards the exit, like right here.
И это там надпись, название школы, и это низкий забор, и через него нужно было легко перелезть.
So and then there is the sign with the name of the school and the fence is not too high, so you can climb over that.
Could you please show the members of the jury by marking it with an X where the fence is that you had to climb?
Right here.
And Marian, how were you able to climb that fence if you had been shot in the leg?
Ну, в тот момент меня особо не волновало ничего, кроме того, чтобы уйти с территории школы, и там были люди, которые помогали переходить через дорогу, они помогли нам перелезть.
So at that moment, I was not concerned with anything but to leave the premises of the school. And at that moment, at that place, there were some people there that helped us to climb over the fence.
When you get over the fence, where do you go next?
Я вместе с теми студентами, которые бежали со мной, пошел в закрытую эрию, где находятся дома.
So together with the other students, I went to the, it's like enclosed area where the houses are.
Do you mean a neighborhood?
Yes.
And did you use your phone at all to make any calls to 911 or your parents?
В то время у меня не было сим-карты, и чтобы использовать телефон, мне нужно было поймать Wi-Fi.
At that moment, I did not have a SIM card, so in order to use the phone, I had to catch a Wi-Fi signal.
So if you don't have a SIM card, and why didn't you have a SIM card? Just
Почему?
Но мы только приехали и еще не успели освоиться и купить сим-карту.
So because we just had arrived and we didn't have a chance to get a SIM card yet.
and what do you do in order to try and get Wi-Fi?
Я, так как у меня был Xfinity, интернет-доступ, я нашел ближайший дом, где есть Xfinity, и смог подключиться к интернету.
So because I had access to Xfinity internet, I found nearest house that had a Xfinity signal, and I was able to connect.
Were you still with those other students as you're walking?
В тот момент, да.
At that moment, yes.
And how were you able to, or did you communicate with those students?
Ну, как мы могли бы общаться?
Ну, опять же, я мог использовать Google переводчик, так как сказать ничего не мог и как понять ничего, поэтому тоже через переводчик.
No, again, only using Google Translate because I wasn't able to say anything and I was not able to understand anything.
Who did you call once you had Wi-Fi?
Я позвонил маме и сказал, что что-то происходит в школе, и я не могу поехать на автобусах, чтобы приехали и меня забрали.
I called my mom and told her that something was happening in this.
И их могли ранить.
At that moment, I wasn't sure if there is terrorists or if it's just one person, one terrorist. I was not sure what was going on, and I did not want my parents to come to school because I also have my brother there. I didn't want anything to happen to them.
Were you afraid that if your parents went to the school that they were going to be in danger?
Да.
Yes.
And is that why you didn't tell them what had actually happened?
Да.
Yes.
In that moment, did you have any way of communicating with your brother who was still on the school campus?
Нет, у меня не было возможности связаться, как мы родители.
No, I did not have any chance to get in touch with him.
Who came to pick you up?
Меня приехал забрать отец.
My father came to pick me up.
Good to see you, Lesko Brandon, as always. Glad you're here.
Привез меня домой, и когда я вернулся
Glad
домой,
everyone
он
is here.
сказал, что что-то
Now we
произошло.
have a decent audio source and
So he took me
subtitles.
home,
Yay.
and when I came back home, I went inside and I said that something happened to me.
И тогда
I
мама
can't really wear the
сказала,
hat
что
and the
сказала,
earphones.
когда она увидела, что у меня
And the ones that go in my ear
и что
kind
у
of
меня
irritate my ear after
So
long
my
periods
mom
of time.
told me to show
So what I
her
really
my
need
leg,
is like,
and when I did,
what I
she
need
saw there
is a
was
set of
wound
earphones that go
and
over
there
the
was a
ear
lot
but
of
doesn't have a
blood.
band on top.
Did your mother
can,
do
like,
anything to take care of that in that moment, or were you
Wear
taken
them for long
somewhere
periods of
to
time.
rescue?
I'm not sure such a set of earphones exist. If anyone is aware
она
of good quality earphones that are over ear, but the band doesn't sit on top of the head so I can also wear my hat,
I
please
don't
let me
remember
know.
exactly,
I'm in the
but I
market.
believe that she disinfected it and she put like a bandage on it.
Where did your father go?
Мой отец поехал искать моего брата в школу.
My father went to school to look for my brother.
Но он не смог туда попасть, так как
Oh, thank you, Let's Go Brandon, for the $100 super
But
chat.
he
That
was
is
not
very, very,
able to
very,
enter
very
the
kind of you. Thank you so
premises
very
because
much
we
for your
saw.
continuing support. As always, we appreciate it. Thank you so much.
И наши друзья приехали, и мы с ними поехали на территорию школы.
The woman is a
чтобы
translator. Yeah, the woman
меня
is a
там забрали.
translator. That's what she is.
And so our friends arrived and we went all together back to school.
Bone
in
conductor
order
earphones,
for
maybe?
the
Is that the answer to my
ambulance
problems?
to pick me up.
И также я в этот момент тоже очень волновался за отца, потому что я
Legal
знал, что
Vices,
в школу-
aka the shot dodger. I'm thinking that might be also Lesko Brandon.
I was also very worried
Pink.
about my father.
Thank you for the pink. I also
I was
appreciate that.
worried
Thank you
that
very
he
much.
will go back into the school and try to find and pick up my brother.
Were you worried that your father would enter and encounter the shooter?
Вы боялись, что отец оттуда столкнется с стрелком?
Да, он в Крыму, из Крыма, он работал полицейским 18 лет, поэтому
Either that or I need some sort of different ear tip
принять какие-то действия.
for
Yes,
my.
in Crimea, we are from Crimea.
These
He was
ones.
working as a police officer.
These are
for
nice
18
ones.
years.
These are,
So I was worried that he might take some action.
These are 535s.
When you finally
Sure.
come into
These
contact,
are
when
nice
did you
earphones.
finally come into contact with your brother?
And they have the standard like
Когда их уже перевезли в безопасную
standard
зону,
like phone tip.
и
But I
учитель
find even those irritate my ear after a while. So maybe I just need some sort of different tip for these earphones.
When they already took students to the safety zone, his
Thank you,
teacher,
Orange, for Let's Go
she
Brandon.
called
Appreciate
us
that.
and
Thank
she
you very
notified
much.
that he was okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, so I need to find some sort of
Mary, when
different
you were able to
tip maybe
finally
for
take a
these
look at your
earphones.
leg, can you describe for the members of the jury how the wound looked? Was there an entry and an exit?
Было только одно отверстие. Это была круглая рана. Круглая рана, напоминающая чем-то ранение, но это было сколько.
Okay, it was only the entry one. It was like a round wound, and it did seem like something that resembling the bullet wound. But what happened, it was what
Thank you,
actually
Brandon,
just
for the $10 as well. Thank you very much for your continuing membership
debris.
and continuing support of the channel. It is always super appreciated. Thank you.
It was just like a piece of a bullet.
Like shrapnel.
Yes.
And once it was cleaned up and the blood was removed, approximately how big was the wound?
Сложно сказать, я так не помню, но она не прям была большая, но не прям.
Thank you
It's
for
hard
Let's
to
Go
tell.
Brandon
I
for the
don't remember
$5 super
well,
chat.
But it wasn't too big or too small.
Your Honor, may I have him permission just to stand where he is and point to where it was that he was shot? Sure. Mary, I'm going to ask you to please stand up and just, over your clothing, just point to where on your leg that you were shot.
Oh, I'm sure the cameraman's gonna get a word.
And if
When
you
there's
could
a
show
break.
members of the jury. Thank you. You can have a seat.
I assume the cameraman and Law and Crime is gonna have a word spoken to them when there's a break. The judge doesn't know about the problem right now. There's gonna be a word exchanged.
You ready?
Mary, I'm showing you what has been marked as states and a composite of 2 photographs. Do you recognize these 2 photographs?
Да.
Yes.
Do these photographs fairly and accurately depict the way that you looked back in February of 2018 and after you were shot?
I've never seen a rainbow super chat before, so I do appreciate the many colors. That's nice. I do like that. Thank you. I feel pride. I feel pride in my heart. Thank you.
I'm showing you what has been pre-marked as states O. A single photograph.
I'm
Do you
a good
recognize
at
this?
Yes.
And is this a fair and accurate depiction of you on February 14, 2018 inside the building?
Здесь правильно и точно отражено то, что происходило внутри здания.
Да.
Yes, and that's me right here.
Your Honor, this time the statement into evidence, or seeks to into evidence, that's been pre-marked as states N, a composite of 2 photographs, as states 14.
Any objection? None. Without objection, states and for identification will now be in evidence. That is States Exhibit 14.
$100, $50, $20, $10.
Now, moving to evidence, what has been pre-marked as states O, a single photograph as states 15.
It's $180.
No, Your Honor. Without objection.
That's nice. Thank you.
States O for identification.
That's awesome.
Will now be in evidence.
Oh, then
that
it
is
was
States
$5.
Exhibit 15.
That's $185. There we go. Getting better.
Just going through these exhibits, able to be viewed by the-
Cameraman knew exactly what he was doing. He pointed it at that jury box. He tried to keep it low to watch the jury's feet shuffle in. He was playing with fire, man, as far as I'm concerned. That cameraman knew exactly what he was doing. If I was the judge, I would lose my shit. I would lose my shit. Camera guy's probably going behind. Camera guy probably spending the night in jail. Bad time for camera guy. Don't fuck with my courtroom. So if you want to see uncivil law lose its shit as a judge, this is a pretty good way to go about it. Just
So
saying.
short now. Can you describe for us what we're looking at in this picture?
Yeah, let me go over to Jeff's chat and see if he'll be so kind as to redirect over here when he's done. That'd be nice.
That is
It would
me
definitely
standing
be a
there,
favor.
and at this moment I have a wound on my leg.
How old were you?
These are my super chats lately, so. You can do me a favor.
I think around 14 years old.
Now showing you states 14, that was for the record 2, composite photograph number 2, and now I'm showing photograph number 1.
I'll send him a $5 super chat. That's nice.
Is this a photograph of the location of your area where the fragments of the bullet entered?
Yes.
Marion, did the particles that were inside of your leg ever get surgically removed, or do they remain inside your
Let's see
leg?
if you could please.
It's in there.
Currently today?
I don't know if this comes
Yes.
off as baggy. Probably does. So well, fuck it.
Earlier you mentioned that you were too short to see over the rest of the crowd. I'll show you what is now in evidence at states 15. Is this a photograph of you once the fire alarm went off?
Yes, yes.
Is that the teacher that was trying to open the classroom doors for you?
I'm reinvesting Brandon's $5 to send $5 to Legal Vices Way and ask him to kindly send his chat to mine when he's done. So I'm using it as a promotional tool. Uh-oh, I accidentally closed the wrong window. I'm sorry, that was my bad. I just closed the whole thing. Give me a second. I'll bring the audio back up. But thank you so much for the support so far, and thank you for all the support that you guys generally give. You guys are always troopers, and it is super, super appreciated. Thank you. Okay, we're back to shit audio though.
When the shooting happened?
Yes,
And you were on the 3rd floor, correct?
yes.
And that was Mr. Rospierski's classroom. That was your teacher.
No, I had different teacher. I had geography teacher.
Okay. Whose classroom were you in?
Before the shooting, I was in the geography class, and the number of the room I don't remember.
Who is the teacher of geography?
I forgot his name, but I know that he died as a result of the shooting.
What is Mr. Rospierski?
You forgot the name of the person who died. That's
He was
hardcore. $10 from Miriam. The chances of being a foreign student Russia from all places and getting shot in a school shooting. Yeah, that's I suppose, an interesting irony in the situation. $10 from Francia. Modest but appreciative. Hey, I'll take it. I'll take it. Any support is appreciated. You know, people have different financial situations, and I appreciate it. It's one of the reasons that I made membership only 99 cents a month. It's true, for a mere 99 cents a month, you too can become an uncivilian by hitting that join button. And one of the reasons I did was I wanted to make it as inexpensive as possible, because I know that some people, you know, really watch the pennies.
I was wearing my headphones.
And so 99 was literally the least YouTube will let me charge you. So I wanted to make it as inexpensive as possible, so that you could show your support for just $1. So please hit that beautiful join button. And if you have more than $1, super chats or PayPals are also appreciated. Thank you, Patricia, for being a membership
I was
for
not paying attention
11 months.
because
That's
I was
awesome.
concentrated on my task since I had very big difficulty with understanding
after the fire alarm goes off and you enter the third floor, what was the demeanor of the other kids at that time?
Ну, все толпились, и сложно было сказать, какое поведение, но у детей...
Patricia is a member for 11 months. Let's Go Brandon
сделал что-то
gifts 50 gift memberships, and Jules Buddha,
It was crowded. It was hard
a
to
frequent contributor to the
tell.
channel, also
Students-
gifts 20 gift memberships.
students,
Extremely appreciated. Thank you.
Ones that were in front of the crowd, you could tell there was something unusual happening.
And when the shooting started...
Nancy becomes an uncivilian.
did
Thank you for hitting that beautiful join button.
Ну, все начали разбегаться по классам, и
Henhouse Bath Company gave $4.99. The super chat train keeps a rolling.
Yes, everybody.
Thank you, Henhouse
started,
Bath Company.
Running to classes, running. In the
Chow became an uncivilian. Thank you for hitting the beautiful join
And
button.
you said that
Missy
you
DD Moo
never
is a member for 1 month. Thank you. And Just Me
the teacher
gave a
was
$5.99.
trying to find
Became a
his-
$5.99 level civilian, uncivilian. So you can join for more than the $1 if you want. And they hit the $5.99 level, and we do appreciate that as well. Thank you so very, very much.
четыре пытался поставить ключ, что открыть класс, но он факт в том, что он пытался открыть класс.
I don't remember exactly what he was doing, if he was trying to find his keys or if he trying to insert his key into the door lock, but he was trying to open the classroom.
And you never saw him be able to open up that door, correct?
Ну, и вы не видели, что он открыл.
Нет, я не видел, что он открыл.
No, I did not see him open the door.
And he even tried on another one of his doors, and he couldn't get that open, correct?
I love everyone's support. I love the people who contributed, who answer my polls.
And you and the other
I love
kids
the people
tried to
who
get
support
into
my
that
workouts
classroom to seek shelter,
and
correct?
comment on that. That's encouraging. I'm going to try to go to the gym immediately following today's hearing,
Я не знаю, как это
because I didn't go yesterday, and I've only been there twice this week, and it's Friday. So if I go today and I go tomorrow, then that's 4 days this week.
в голове
So I'm going to try to make that happen. I was also really tired one day, and I couldn't have gone to the gym even if I wanted to. On Monday, yeah. I was so tired on Monday, I had to leave my improv class early because I was falling asleep in class.
I walked to the corner.
Were you
Kit
trying
Kat gives
to
5
get
gift
into
memberships.
this
Thank you very much,
classroom
Kit Kat,
to
for the
seek
5 gift
shelter if
memberships.
you'd gotten the door open?
Just a friendly reminder, by the way, if you can't contribute financially, you can contribute by helping to promote the channel in another way. For those of you who have Twitter, we do have the pinned comment. If you could retweet the pinned comment, that'd be great. If you don't have Twitter, you can reshare this YouTube link on your social media of choice. If you have Discord and the Discords allow you to post links to other creators, you can do that. Sharing this stream so that more people are aware of it would be great. The best thing you can probably do to help this channel, other than straight financial contribution, is sharing this channel with other people so that our reach will grow. So if you could retweet this or Instagram this or Facebook this or whatever it is you guys do out there, that'd be great. Thank you. I found that you guys, when you do it organically, is way more effective than even me trying to buy it.
когда я уже встречался с вообще
Because I have before tried to run, for example, Twitter ads or YouTube ads, and I found that when you guys help organically, it helps even more than me trying to put money behind it. So you guys are more valuable than money.
Do you know if any of the kids
So,
that were trying
you
to
can
get
help
into
me for
the
free.
classroom were hit by bullets?
сколько я знаю, нет.
As far as I know, no.
You're not, okay. You're certain of that, or you're not sure?
То есть вы не уверены?
Среди раненых я не видел
Uh,
лиц,
Tara TJ
которые
007 has been a member for 2 months, and someone called Secret Squirrel is a member for 2 months.
Okay. When you left
We
out of
appreciate
the
everyone
building,
who honors our
that was
friend,
from the west side
Secret
of the
McSquirrel,
1200 building.
who we miss.
Получается, да, наверное, так.
Well, yes, let's see. Yes, that would be probably yes.
Marion, can I take a look at this photograph and tell me if that looks familiar to you? Is that the side that you left from?
Да, вроде бы да.
Yes, it looks like that.
And you saw Aaron Feist's body outside of the door right here when you left?
Yep, 3 months, Tara, that's right.
And that's the opposite side of where the 700 and 800 building is.
I might have said 2 accidentally, but it is 3 if I misspoke. Do you think the judge will be told about what the cameraman did? Yeah. I think it's going to come to the judge's
I
attention.
am not familiar with
Yeah.
the school in general, so it's
For sure.
very difficult
100%.
Yeah, you were
decide
new.
location.
Yeah.
You were new, I understand.
We may not have a trial this afternoon. We may have to do something else with our time. We'll see how it goes.
You first never saw my client on that side of the building, correct?
$4.99 from Elegon. Love your trial and love when I get to catch it. Thank you so much for your super chat. That's very, very kind.
Никого, кроме тех студентов, которые...
And also just a friendly shout out to our
When
mods
I was running,
who make this channel help. Kit Kat,
was not seeing anyone
Sandra,
around me except the
Rose.
students that were running with me.
Ну, вот я не обращал внимания на окружение. В тот момент у меня сфокусировано было внимание на то, чтобы убежать как можно больше от здания, поэтому...
I wasn't paying attention to my surroundings. I was concentrating on running away.
been doing a great job recently.
When you
We do appreciate that they're here and spend so much time helping this channel.
while you were outside, you said you started to run, correct?
Big ups to our mod team.
Да, мы бежали достаточно далеко от...
Will I cover the cameraman's trial?
Чувствовали,
I'm not sure there will be a trial.
мы бежали, а сейчас остановились, стали немножко...
The trial may happen before our eyes today
Весьма далеко.
because it would be direct. It could be direct contempt.
Сам угол, поэтому...
The entire the
Yes, we ran pretty far away.
the
from
arrest,
the building,
charge,
so
conviction,
we
and
were
sentencing
feeling like
may happen
more
within
or
the space of
less
20
safe,
minutes
so we slowed
before our
down.
very eyes. We'll see how it goes.
Because we almost got to the border of the school premises.
И потом, когда раздались переписали, подумали, что стреляют, возможно, в нас, и опять побежали.
And then when the gunshots sounded again, we were thinking that maybe we were the target, so we started running again.
When you say you thought you were the target, explain for the jurors what you mean by that. What did you fear at that moment?
Ну, в тот момент я подумал, что, возможно, он из здания стреляет по нам из того, куда...
He's been doing it every day. Well, I just noticed it today.
из нашего здания.
So I can't speak to what happened in other days. I just noticed it today. So maybe it happened other days. So I don't know about that. But I'm surprised. If it's happened other days, I'm surprised that they haven't been
If I
warned.
understood you correctly, from the sound that you're hearing,
I'll tell you what,
you
man.
believe
If you
that
pull that shit
the
in my
shooter
courtroom,
was
you going to jail,
shooting
son.
From the building outside, correct?
I hope you brought your toothbrush. You're spending the night in jail, dude. Depending on my mood, it may go longer than that. You know, that pissed me off. You want to see uncivil really get off? You want to see uncivil law go real shit,
You
ape shit?
believe that the shooter
Make uncivil law
fired
and then have a
at you
cameraman
while
show
you
the
were
juror.
outside, correct?
That'll be good. Do that. That'll make me really pissed.
Нет, звук был просто стрельба в здании, как бы, но это подсознательно, думаю, я себе внушил больше, чтобы, ну, просто что я в угрозе, так.
No.
Alana,
someone
I
was,
apologize,
he
Alana. Thank
was
you for your super
shooting at
chat
the building, but
earlier.
Subconsciously, I had this idea that I am in danger.
Correct. And if I understood you correctly, the danger that you felt was you could be hit by bullets, correct?
Не то, что пули, я боялся, что, наверное, мне больше в тот момент как бы подсознательно страх был того, что, возможно, нас будут еще, ну, то, что я не был уверен, что это один стрелок, как бы я не знал, что происходит в школе. Я думал, что, может быть, там, сейчас еще прибежит кто-то там, или может это жизнь.
Not even to get hit by a bullet. Subconsciously, I was more worrying that there might be more than one shooter. I didn't know what was going on, so I thought maybe somebody else gonna run and start shooting.
Это больше как бы было все для самовнушения, чтобы сохранить себя. Хотя на самом деле
Yeah.
So it was more like the self-assurance, just to save myself, to preserve myself. What was happening in reality, there was just shooting coming out of that building.
You think cameraman knows he's in trouble and just trying to go about his job professionally as best as he can? Do you think cameraman knows the end is nigh?
At
The
this
end might be
moment, I
nigh.
was trying to convince me in a lot of things. I was trying to convince myself that maybe it was not a shooting, maybe just some practicing. Because I had my brother on the school premises, and I did not want to believe that it's actually a shooting.
I understand. So if I think I heard you correctly, even though you had only seen one shooter, you thought that there might be more shooters on the campus, correct?
Maybe the cameraman might just be high. Oh, dude. The cameraman is high. Heaven forbid the cameraman has drugs on his possession. Oh, dude. That's a bad day. Dude, that's a bad day. If you get cited for contempt and taken to jail and you have drugs on your person, oh, dude.
But it's like,
I hope you like multiple years in prison. Shit, dude.
But this is like,
I really, really hope he doesn't have drugs on his person. That's not going to end well.
Something else in order to keep running.
You ran because you still felt like you were in fear where you were standing, correct?
Cameraman showed the jury. Cameraman showed the face of a juror today. Cameraman is in trouble, I think. Cameraman is facing somewhere between a day and multiple years in prison, depending on what we can find on that point.
And you had run some distance, you still felt like you could be harmed at any moment, correct?
And it was deliberate, too. That's the thing. He was pointing the camera at the jury box deliberately. He was trying to get their shoes as they walked in. He was playing with fire, man. He was playing with fire and he got burned because one of the jurors bent down. You could see their face.
Marion, I thank you for coming in. I do wish you
Oops.
Thank you.
It's legal to have pot in Florida? I don't know Florida law that well. Also, even if it's legal to normally have it, I'm not sure that necessarily applies in the courtroom. Your state law would vary.
There were many gunshots, approximately maybe 20.
I wouldn't recommend bringing pot into a courtroom under any circumstances. I don't think that's to be counseled. I don't care how legal it is. No.
That passed away, Scot.
Alana says, is it time for the court employed 2 cameras? Maybe.
You mentioned Mr. Respirski saved your life. Can you explain?
I'm thinking that if not for Mr.
So if he has drugs on his person, it's okay. It's medical marijuana. I don't know, man. I'm not sure about that one.
And possibly because nobody was preventing the shooter or stopping him, he would have just walked around.
Perhaps we'll find out.
Marion, I'm going to ask you to take a look over the...
Are you sure it's legal? Are you really sure? Are you really sure?
At all that day of the shooting.
the legal objection?
Leading the witness
That's overruled. Sir, you may answer the question. Go ahead.
and lack of knowledge, whether he entered at all. That's the question.
Hold on, sir. Not speaking objections. The legal objection, speculation is likewise overruled. You may answer the question.
No.
I have nothing else.
Okay. Based on that, any recross?
No, Your Honor.
State that the witness excused.
Yes, Judge.
Sir, you may step down. Thank you very much. State while he is doing that. You ready with your next witness?
Yes, sir.
You may call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, today we call Armand Borshad. May I approach you?
Um, um, yeah.
Sir, if I could have you come all the way up here to the witness stand, please. Once you reach it, before you have a seat, you can just stop and look at me. Raise your right. Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. Please be seated. And once you are seated, if I get you to scoot that chair all the way up as far as it will go. Can you please state your full name and spell your full name?
My first name is Armand, A-R-M-A-N. Last name is Borgai, B-O-R-G-H-E-I.
Mr. Kilburn, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Armand, how old are you?
I'm 20.
And are you currently in
If
school?
Florida gets recreational marijuana, I may have to move from Florida, from Texas to Florida.
What are you studying up at Villanova?
I don't think Texas is going to adopt it anytime soon.
Now, going back to
I just paid my bar dues in Texas, by the way, today. $300.
What year were you then?
I was a freshman.
$300 I had to pay today to be a
I was
lawyer.
14 years old.
Now, on that specific day, during fourth period, what building did you have class in?
The 1200 building, which we call it freshman building,
And what floor was your classroom on?
3rd floor.
And which class were you in?
I believe it was 1250, Miss Minko's class.
And what class, what was the subject?
Personalization, so it was like a free period, basically.
Now, while you were in that free period, at any point in time, did you hear some?
So I think the super
unusual-
chats today might pay for my bar dues.
What did they sound like to you?
It's like pops or bangs.
How many, do you recall about how many pops or bangs you heard?
I would say like, maybe like 4, 5.
At that point in time, what did you think that sounds were?
At first, didn't really think anything of it. My initial thought was like maybe someone was pushing like a laptop cart through the hallway or something like that.
So kind of like something like this, but you push equipment or laptops on, something
Yeah.
like that. So you thought perhaps it was that the cart fell over or something?
Well, when they push those carts around all the time, and it makes like some banging noises sometimes. So I thought it was one of those.
Okay. Now, after you heard those banging noises, did you hear any other noises?
Not until the fire alarm went off.
Okay.
If the cameraman is lucky, all that will happen is that he personally will get barred from the courtroom.
Now, as a student at
That's the good outcome, one would imagine.
During a fire drill?
Yeah, I mean, the standard procedure is we all head out into the hall.
Virginia has recreational marijuana now.
Designated places we're supposed to go with our class and wait there.
Now, during a standard fire drill, does the teacher kind of lead the way of where the students are supposed to go?
Yeah, like that's how it's supposed to go. But sometimes like we of just lose them and we just know where to meet.
Understood. And earlier in the day, during that.
They don't yet have a marketplace
Is
though.
that what occurred?
Recreational marijuana is legal, but they don't
When you
yet
heard the
have
second
stores
fire drill,
in
so
Virginia.
Did that stand out as unusual to you?
It was a little strange because we had one earlier in the day.
Did you think anything of it though, at that point in time?
Not initially.
Now, when you were, after the second fire drill, did you go into the hallway?
I did.
Where in the hallway were you?
So I came out into the hallway. It was full of.
That's true. My banner is out of sync. Let me correct it. Thank you.
And everyone was kind of.
I don't know who's testifying now. I didn't catch his name.
I believe it was on the east side of the building.
Okay. And is that where you were heading towards the east side stairwell?
Yes.
Okay. And at any point, well, was a crowd forming?
Yes, there was a crowd.
Okay. And while you were in that crowd, where were you standing?
So it was like across from the staircase, right by a window.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Armand, I'm showing you what's been.
VA does not have stores for marijuana, at least unless something has changed.
It's a composite of 3 photographs. Can you take a look at it?
They were supposed to, but
Do you recognize these 3?
last I read, all that had been stopped. Maybe for medical, but not recreational, I don't think.
East side of Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School looked like back in 2018.
I'm pretty sure Virginia does not have stores for marijuana, for recreational marijuana right now.
States, what's already been previously marked as states composite P in as states 16.
It's 3 photos.
3 photographs, yes, sir.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, state's P for identification will now be in evidence. That is State's Exhibit 16, a composite.
I remember reading about it. There was some problem with the legislation. I forget exactly what the issue was, but last I read, although it was they were supposed to have recreational stores, it's been stalled indefinitely because of some sort of problem in the legislation. So, yeah, Virginia doesn't have stores, and they're not likely to happen in the future, at least in the immediate future. So, as the last I read about it.
Your Honor, may you enable the pencil to function? Armand, you can actually use this as a touch screen.
Okay.
That window that you were just testifying about, that you were kind of pushed towards, can you please circle where that window is? Now, just for clarification purposes, that's not in a stairwell. That's still is that still in the hallway of the
Yes,
floor?
outside of the stairwell.
Okay.
That's why I moved.
Now showing you this picture. Do you see that same? Let me do this. Do you see that same window in this picture?
Yeah, it would be over here.
I'm anticipating streaming the entire trial. That's the idea. Let's go, Brandon. Depending on
That
interest in the trial, depending on people watching the trial, depending on if the trial itself remains interesting. But yes, my current intention is to stream the trial. I think it's supposed to go 6 weeks. So depending on the trial itself remaining interesting to follow, depending on people watching the trial, depending hopefully on growth in viewership numbers, then yes, and the current intention is to continue streaming. Yes.
when you were near that window, did you?
I have PayPal
down
and Stripe
outside?
I did.
and also Zelle.
I saw
If you want to,
with his.
I think I also do have Venmo as well. Is Venmo under my professional name?
Person was, that day?
Not personally, but I did know him as our.
Let me see.
Okay, you saw him outside there. Approximately where on this photograph did you see him?
Approximately in this area over here.
Okay. Now, when you saw him, did you see his firearm?
I did.
Did he have it out?
He did.
Was it pointed in any particular direction?
It was held out like in front of him.
Hold on, I have to log into my own Venmo account. This is going to take a second.
Towards the football.
Towards the football near this window, third story window.
For Morgan, thank you. To paraphrase Oscar Wilde, to show the jury once might be regarded misfortune. To show the jury twice looks like carelessness. Yeah, I tend to agree.
I don't have an exact time, but it was definitely more than like a glance. Like I had a moment to, stop there and really take a look at it.
And was there anything about Mr. Peterson's actions that drew concern from you?
Absolutely. The fact that he had his firearm drawn, that's why I knew something was wrong.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Armand, I'm showing you what's been previously marked for identification.
Is this a landmark case? I think it's the first time a police officer has been criminally charged for essentially failure to act. So it might be a landmark case in some respects. Depends on how it develops. We'll see. I'm pretty sure that the prosecutors in Texas are looking at this case when it comes to Uvalde.
No objection. Without objection, states Q for identification will now be.
I would be.
States Exhibit 17, a composite exhibit of 2 photos.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm going to start off with this photograph here. Do you see, and using the pencil, do you see the 1200 building? Do you recognize it?
I do.
Okay, can you put a dot or put a little X as to where you saw Mr. Peterson when you looked out that window on the 3rd floor?
Roughly in this area.
Now just show you a zoomed closer angle. Can you show in this photograph approximately where you saw him?
Approximately here.
Now, when you saw him there, which way was his head facing?
West.
Was his body also facing west?
Yes.
At any point in time, did you see him on a radio?
I don't recall.
Now, when Mr. Peterson was facing west, was he, at any point in time, did you see him looking to the south, to the 700 building?
No, not that I recall.
Yes, I also have Venmo at Uncivil Law, so you can also contribute to me at
Not that I recall.
on Venmo if you like.
Was it if his
So we
attention
have
was
PayPal, Stripe,
towards the 1200 building?
Zelle, and Venmo.
The front of the building.
So we have lots of ways to contribute to the channel financially. I should add the Venmo
Yeah.
to my linked tree, so let me do
From
that.
that angle, he wouldn't have been able to see the front of the building, but like that's where he was looking.
Now, after you saw this, the school resource officer with his firearm out, what did you do?
So that's when I knew something was wrong, and me and one of my
Headlight.
friends, we went away from the crowd at the east staircase, and we started heading towards the west staircase.
Okay, let me stop you there. Your Honor, at this time, the state would request or would the state like to play, was there anything previously entered into evidence as states F7, which is in, I believe, as 6 dash.
You want to play out of States Exhibit 6 F7?
Yes, sir.
And do we need to turn the
We
TVs
do,
off?
Your Honor, yes.
Okay. Clerk Javier, we need to turn the TVs off.
I'm not sure if I can add Venmo to Linktree because it's not a link really as such, unless there's a way to. Oh wait, Venmo donation URL.
Everything's good?
How to accept money through Venmo. Okay, that got my attention. Well, it's at uncivil law. If you want to contribute to me, let's just do it that way. Well, I'm trying to figure out how to add it to my link tree.
Armand, do you see the screen there? Pause it. Armand, do you see yourself?
Yep.
What are you wearing?
Eagle shirt, it's black.
So are you in the
Link.
bottom
I had a
left
header.
corner of the screen on the right side?
Yes.
Okay. Is
What's
this
this
the
do?
crowd that you were speaking about earlier?
Can I do this?
Walking towards the east stairwell?
Donate
Okay.
via Venmo. Can I do this? No. Okay, at.
Is this the, about the time?
Let's
where
just
you're
say do
looking at
this.
the,
Donate via
amount
Venmo
of donations
at
specified to
uncivil
where
law.
circled?
Yeah, what's it, so?
Okay.
That kind of works. Yeah, all right. That kind of works. It's a little inelegant, but it works for the moment. Great. I've now added my Venmo information to my link tree. I create a new. All right. All right. Create a new header.
Did you see Mr. Peterson, SRO,
Donate
standing in the same spot?
via Zelle.
This spot he's in right now?
Kurt at uncivil
So you, let me clarify, I'm sorry.
law
Was he in the same spot the
LLC.com.
entire time that you were viewing him?
No, we can't. Oh, wait, let me put it the other way. Yeah, Zelle and civil law LLC.com.
Now, at this point in time, do you recall, do you remember what you did?
Yeah, okay, great.
What did you
So now we accept Venmo, Zelle, Stripe, and PayPal,
I went down
and donations. I think that's enough ways to donate to the channel if you want.
Like directly beneath me. And at that point, I turned around and came back up and went back into the classroom I was originally in.
Were you by yourself?
No, I had a friend with me.
How many shots did you hear?
In the staircase?
Yes.
I would say 2.
Could you tell whether they were inside or outside the building?
At that point, I was pretty sure they were inside.
Okay. So just for clarification purposes for the jury, did you go to the west stairwell?
Yes.
Did you open the door?
Yes.
You went down a few steps?
Yes.
Is that the point in time when you heard shots?
It is.
And you turned right around and ran back up to the 3rd floor?
Yes.
Okay. When you got back up to the 3rd floor, what did you do?
I went back into my original classroom.
Okay. Now those shots that you heard when you were in the stairwell, how loud were they?
Very little.
Now when you went back into your original classroom, what did you do when you got into
And I just received $5
Our teacher locked
from
the door.
Alana,
We all went.
and I received $50 from Tina.
Her desk was.
Excellent. Thank you for the Venmo contributions.
Ms. Mika.
Now when you were in the classroom, what were you thinking?
Just, obviously really scared and kind of wondering when help was going to arrive.
How long were you in that classroom for before SWAT came and got you out?
It felt like forever, but maybe like an hour and a half, close to 2 hours.
Now besides when you looked out that window, did you see Mr. Peterson at all for the rest of the day?
No.
Okay, cool. We can also reorganize it that way so it's not quite as prominent. Great. Self-evaluations at work. Hello, ChatGPT. Love it. Love it.
Okay, cross-examination, go ahead.
The Venmo is just at uncivil law. It's also located on my link tree now.
Good morning, Alan. It's nice to see you again. Right, we spoke during your deposition, right? And did you have a chance to read through your deposition before you testified?
Yes.
And the state provided that to you to make sure that it refreshed your recollection, correct?
Yeah, a few weeks ago.
Okay. So if I heard you correctly, you were in classroom 1250 of the 1200 building during the shooting, correct?
I believe that was the number, yes.
All right. And
All right, I'm reducing my
When
mic volume to 20%.
you all
I hope
emptied
to
out
not
into the
drown out
third
the audio
floor
so much,
hallway,
but it is
how
what
would
it
you
is.
describe
I'll do the best
everybody's
we can.
demeanor?
At first, it was pretty normal.
EDB just learned about
No one really knew what was
ChatGPT.
going on exactly.
Wow.
Did it look to you like any of the people around you had heard the
A little late to
shots
the
that
curve
were
on that one, I
fired on
guess.
the
All
first
right.
floor before the fire alarm went off?
Well, I know the people who were in my classroom definitely heard it. I don't know about anyone else.
From the demeanor of the other kids in the hallway, which you said was kind of normal, right?
Yes.
Would it be fair to characterize their demeanor as calm and like you would see anytime they walk down the hallway?
Initially, yes.
Okay. And then it changes when the shooter comes onto the third floor and begins firing, right?
Probably a little before that, when we kind of heard shots, you could kind of hear it gradually getting louder and louder.
And you would characterize, when you looked out the window, as a quick look, correct?
I would say a little more than that. I was able to pause for a second and take a good look.
Okay. So now, so when I asked you whether it was a quick look, you're saying that that's not.
I might have to
your
watch I might have to watch
It was a
Lady
quick
Baker's
look, but it
reaction to
was more
ChatGPT.
than just a glance.
See what she thought.
testimony. Okay.
That sounds interesting.
And what you did see was not my client by the 7-800 building, but fairly close to the 1200 building, correct?
Correct.
And you saw him with his gun out, correct?
Correct.
And you definitely saw him looking towards the west, correct?
Correct.
And he was definitely looking
I
towards
used
the football
ChatGPT
field,
to help
is
me
what I
write
heard
my
you say,
titles.
correct?
Correct.
Okay.
To help it,
And
I asked it
the
to help me
prosecutor asked you
rewrite.
about him being on his
items.
radio, police radio.
I found it to
You're
be
not saying
helpful
he
towards that.
definitely wasn't on his radio.
I also
In
use
fact-
it to write my
Correct, you're not saying
video
that.
descriptions.
In fact, what you saw was it was possible that he was actually on his radio, correct?
I found it to be mostly accurate. Usually I can use it verbatim or with a very minor
And your
edit.
thought process was that there could have been more than just one shooter based upon the sounds, correct?
Possibly correct.
And you're also thinking there could be not only possibly multiple shooters in that building, correct?
Correct.
But you're also thinking there could be multiple shooters throughout the campus.
I
at
also
that
use
point,
it to help
correct?
me come up with the title that I put in the thumbnail.
Based on that, any redirect?
Yes, just two questions.
It's been helpful.
Armand, at any point in time, did you see Mr. Peterson take the firearm that was in his hand and move towards the building that you were?
Yeah, the ChatGPT defamation suit. We didn't cover that the other day.
Towards
We
the
did
building?
legal news
Yes.
round, but we skipped that story, I think.
Did you just see him
But
stand there?
yeah, the
with
first
his gun
defamation suit I think
outside?
was filed on ChatGPT. It'll be interesting to see how that develops.
Based on that, any recall?
No, Your Honor.
I don't know.
State, is the witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right, sir, you may step down. Thank you very much. While he is doing that, ladies and gentlemen, real quick 5-minute restroom break. Same admonition as always. Please do not discuss the facts of the case, the evidence, the witnesses, or the testimony amongst yourselves or anyone else until we reach the end of the trial. I'll tell you when that is. If you leave the notepads in your chairs and step to the back for me 1 moment, I will be right back.
Cameraman is going to point it at something else completely now. I think the cameraman, you know, you don't have to exactly do that. Pointing it up at the ceiling would be fine. What the hell is ChatGPT? Really? ChatGPT is a I don't know.
Okay,
What would
routes
you
out of the
describe
presence of
it
the jury.
as?
Everyone can be seated. Real quick, 5-minute restroom break. We'll be in recess for 5 minutes.
It is a tool for answering questions. How about that? You can write questions in ChatGPT, and it will provide answers. So I suppose it's like a digital assistant, like that could be comparable to Siri or Alexa. Would be the nearest comparison. Yeah, let's go with that.
Chief, never cause challenges, how we went from 55 on day 1 to 33 on day 2. So,
I heard GOP wants to raise the voting age and institute literacy tests. No, I didn't hear that. Literacy tests have a bit of a bad history in the United States. Cautious test. Sorry about the sound issues on this thing. We've been trying to deal with it as best as we can. I don't know if the judge is going to have someone whisper in his ear right about now. Depending on how that goes, that could be interesting after the break. All right, so we haven't been able to really get as much out of the testimony today because of the audio issues, and obviously I apologize for that. It's beyond my control. I've done as much as I can in trying to find different audio sources. The one other audio source I found didn't have the subtitles, then Law and Crime's audio source was back for a while and then not. So we're doing the best we can. So I don't know if someone's going to talk to someone about the issues. People have been screaming in Law and Crimes chat about the issues, so I think they are well aware, at least in the YouTube comments. So presumably they have a way to talk to someone behind the scenes. So hopefully someone will talk to someone, and also someone needs to talk to the cameraman, and the cameraman might want to flee the jurisdiction rapidly. Just that's not legal advice, but yeah. Depending on the judge's mood that day. I assure you that if I were the judge, it would not end well. Yeah. It's like, you get contempt, you get contempt, you get contempt. Everyone gets contempt. The cameraman gets contempt. Producer gets contempt. The guy in the sound van outside gets contempt. The guy in New York or wherever they are. I think their corporate headquarters are in New York. The guy in New York gets contempt. Everyone gets contempt. Contempt all the way down. Before my wrath. Tell it to the Court of Appeals. You know what I mean? Yeah. So we'll see how that goes. So we're doing the best we can with what we can. It doesn't appear that the testimony added any new evidentiary value. We heard, it appears that they were former students basically essentially testifying to the same story we've already heard about from their point of view. So it doesn't appear that we gained any new information from that. So we're still in the pulling at the heartstrings motif, which I'm not sure that necessarily tactically I would. If it's the state's intention to bring all that sort of all that emotional stuff up front, I'm not sure that's necessarily tactically wise. I'd have to think about it. I'd have to think about whether it's wiser to bring all that up front and then, move on to other things, or whether it would be good to have a little bit front load, but also have some witnesses interspersed along the way. I'm not sure which is more strategically wise. I'd have to think about it. Maybe they're going to do that too. Maybe they have so many witnesses that they're going to do that anyway. So they're front loading with just a lot, and they're also going to intersperse. I'd have to think about that, you know. So we'll see. Also, we've shown at least 2 jurors' faces today. So that's nice. That's been great. That's been frowned upon, as I pointed out in Law and Crimes Chat. The showing the jurors' faces thing has been frowned upon at least since the Sam Shepard case, U.S. Supreme Court, 1966. Sam Shepard was rumored to be the basis for the movie and the TV show The Fugitive. I think the producers denied it, that Sam Shepard was the basis for that film and series, but it's a very similar story, at least comparably similar. Sam Shepard is a doctor, murdered his wife. Very, very famous trial at the time, extremely famous trial at the time. It was the media circus of its day. Not very well known today, you know, as like opposed to like Lizzie Borden or something, but people don't remember the name Sam Shepard. But it was, you know, at the time at least, and I don't like, I'm just basing it on historical accounts, right? It was the thing of its day. Among other problems during the trial, which were many, among other problems during the trial, the newspapers took photos of the jurors. Then they published the photos of the jurors in the newspapers with their names and their addresses, as everyone was Sam Shepard to be strung up on the nearest tree. The U.S. Supreme Court thought this might have somewhat influenced the jury to convict. The Supreme Court thought this, among other factors, might be a problem. That maybe the jurors' photos with their names and addresses in the paper when everyone is screaming for blood might somewhat pressure the jury to convict. The U.S. Supreme Court reversed the conviction. So it's been yeah, that was it. So that happened. And Mary Zay says, way to ruin the dream, screaming, cameraman. Yeah, we may not have any more trial. We'll see how it goes, depending on the day. Sam Shepard may also have not murdered his wife. I mean, he was on trial for murder of his wife, but we can put that aside. I'm buffering. Please, no. Please, God, no. Please, no. Why am I buffering? No, am I? God damn it. Are we doing this again? What the fuck? Well, no, I'm still streaming on my end. So it is not me today, thank God. Well, no, there's a little bit of buffering. Okay. Well, I can't fix it, so we're going to press on. You can deal with my blurry, buffering face, I suppose. Anyways, where were we? So, depending on the judge's mood, if the judge is informed, which I imagine he will be, this will result in a caution, an instruction, a chiding, everyone being found in contempt, and going to jail. So we'll see. This is, again, as I've stated before, rule number 1 of litigation is don't piss off the judge. That just is good rule for everyone in the courtroom, just period. That rule applies to the gallery, the cameraman. That rule is just a good universal rule. Don't piss off the judge. The judge can make your life easier. The judge can make your life harder. You don't have to go out of your way to kiss the judge's ass, because that obviously can go backfire as well. But don't piss off the judge. Because it's like, okay, do you really want to roll the D20 today? Look, you've done some, let me just put it this way. The cameraman has done something in reality that can piss off the judge. Roll D20. If you roll 20, you get a chiding. If you roll 1, you go to jail. With gradations in between. Do you want to roll the dice today, my friend? Do you want to roll the dice? I don't think you do. Of course, this also depends on the temperament of the judge. Of course. Some judges are cooler about some things, some are not. I am in the not cool camp. This would piss me off pretty hard. So we'll just wait and see. You rolled a 13? Not great. Not great. Do I do Rumble? Says, let's go, Brandon. I don't live stream to Rumble at the moment. I do have a Rumble account, and I do have it set up to mirror all my content from YouTube to Rumble, which is nice in the event that, you know, YouTube goes down or something or eliminates me, that all my content is archived. So Rumble does exist. I do use it as an archive. I also technically have a locals account. I just never know what to do with it. So you can also support me on locals. Not very many people do, but it is an option. I kind of just use it sort of like as a Patreon thing if people want to donate through locals. But I don't really use it because I don't really know what to do with it. Because all the content I want to film, I want to put it on YouTube. Right? And it's like I don't know. That's just me. Anyways. Is it a law for each judge to rule in their courtroom? There might be a law about it. I don't know. I don't know the law in every single jurisdiction, but it might be against the law. And I'm pretty sure that every single judge has it in their orders because the cameras typically have to ask for permission to film. And I've never seen a judge's order. It's like you have permission to film that doesn't say things like, you know, don't film the juror. So it might be a law, and it's certainly the judge's order. I can't imagine that it's not. 19 with a +3 char bonus. Okay, I guess we're ignoring it today. Thank you for saying explaining inside baseball is my best attribute, especially Supreme Court. Funny snark. That's really nice. Thank you. That makes me happy. That's sort of what I'm aiming for. So when I hit, you know, when you hit your target, it makes you feel good, right? Because it's like, yeah, you hit the target. So explaining inside baseball, Supreme Court, and I'm also snarky. I'm like, yeah, I've hit the target. That's good. Judge is back. Just gonna doing. You're doing good. He looks calm. He's looking at his monitor. He's looking at his monitor. I wonder what he's looking at. I wonder if perhaps he's watching an earlier live stream today. He looks very calm, though. He's got a good poker face.
Sorry.
Judge is looking at something. And then he looked up, kind of looking in the camera's man direction, I thought. What are you doing, Judge? You think he just got the email? He might have just gotten the email. Yeah, maybe.
Jurors entering.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Come on in. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Come on in. Once you're back at those same issues,
Maybe the judge is letting this one go. Maybe he wants to deal with it later. Maybe he wants to deal with it behind the scenes. Maybe he doesn't know. I can't believe he doesn't know. At this point, no one's brought it to his attention at this point. That seems hard to believe.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, when we took our refreshment break, we were in the middle of the state presentation. We're going to resume at that point. State, when you are ready, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Ashley Hazel Teener to the stand.
Oh, you wouldn't do it with the jury in the room. You definitely wouldn't do it in the jury's presence. No. No, you wouldn't do it in the jury's presence. That would be prejudicial. One of his producers might have talked to his ear. One of the producers might have talked to his ear. But, I don't think the judge has had a word. Maybe he's waiting for the end of the day. Maybe he's waiting for the end of the day. Because he doesn't want to disrupt the trial. He's going to wait till the end. It's like, hey, what are you doing this weekend, cameraman? I was going to go to the park. Think again. What are you doing this weekend? You have any weekend plans? No? Good. Can we find an audio source where...
Yes, I am at law business.
And did you recently graduate from college?
Yes, a few weeks ago.
Where did you go to high school?
I went to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School.
And where is that located?
Parkland.
In Broward.
Yes.
Were you there at the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School on February 14, 2018?
Yes.
That afternoon, let's say approximately 2:15 in the afternoon, were you in class?
Yes, I was.
Okay, what type of class were you in?
I was in my drama class in the 700 building.
And can you describe the 700 building? And by that I mean, is it classrooms are inside? You go inside to go to classrooms, or are they outside?
They're kind of like the indoor-outdoor setup. So, like when you open the door to leave, you go outside immediately.
Okay, so no interior corridors? No, okay. And I'm going to put up a map for you, and Judge, if I could have the pencil, thank you. And that is States 1. Give me one second. Sure. Okay, go ahead, sir. Thank you. Ashley, you see, if you could hit the pencil and then go ahead and circle for us which building is the 700 building.
Yeah, here. Oh, that's where my classroom is.
Okay, so you made a circle that could you just make a little line around the whole building itself?
Yeah.
Thank you. And so the inner circle then that you've drawn would be where your classroom was located?
Yeah, around there.
Okay, and what building did you, if you're exiting your classroom, which building did your classroom face?
The 1200 building.
That afternoon, while you were in class, did anything unusual occur?
Yeah, the fire alarm went off for the second time that day.
Okay, do you remember when it went off the first time?
Yes, it went off in my trigonometry class, which
classroom was that in? Or building, I'm sorry, which building?
That was also in the 700 building on the second floor.
All right, and did that alarm trigger an evacuation?
Yes,
Okay, so you actually left the classroom and went to, did you go to a designated location?
yes, it did.
All right, and where would that designated location be?
For that specific classroom on the second floor, we evacuated down towards the parking lot on the left side of the 1200 building, so in between the two buildings.
Well, could you do me a favor and just put like a little X where that parking lot was that you
It was
evacuated?
around here.
Okay. And did I catch it correctly? You said it was on that classroom was on the second floor?
Yeah, when the first fire alarm went off, I was in the second floor classroom.
Okay. And what happened after you evacuated?
It was pretty normal. We went outside, we did we waited for all like the fire marshals to come through, do their thing, check our fire alarms, and then we went back inside.
Okay. And let me ask you, the classroom you were in that morning, did it face, when you're leaving it, did it face to the south or to the north?
It faced the 1200 building also.
Okay. Going back to the afternoon, the classroom you were in was on the first floor.
Yes,
Okay. But also facing the same direction?
yes.
Okay. Now, if you have a fire drill for that classroom, do you go to a different location than you did in the morning?
Yes.
Okay. And can you show the jury, please, by making an X where you would go to for a fire evacuation from the classroom you were in the afternoon?
Yeah, it was right here.
So that afternoon, when you heard the fire alarm go off, what happened next?
So I walked outside of the building when the fire alarm went off. I got like halfway across the grass that was right outside of there, and then I started hearing loud banging noises coming from the 1200 building. I thought that at first the roof was collapsing of the building, just because I was thinking the fire alarm went off for the second time that day. There must be a fire, and the noises were really loud. So I was staring at the top of the building. There was no smoke or nothing was happening to the building. And then I started hearing more loud banging noises, so I went back inside.
Okay. And were you out there with a group of students?
Yes.
Okay. And did you recognize or did you know what the banging noises were, or did you just hear the sound?
At first I didn't know what it was. Like I said, I thought that the roof of the building was collapsing, but then after a few seconds, I guess, I realized that it was probably gunshots.
All right. And in your mind, where were those gunshots coming from?
They were coming from the 1200 building.
All right. And when you say from, is it the outside or the inside of the 1200 building?
The inside.
And they were so loud that you felt that the roof was possibly
Yes.
coming down. All right. And if we can, you drew the two circles for us.
Mm-hmm.
So could you just maybe make a little dot inside those, whatever circle you feel is appropriate, where you were when you thought you heard those sounds, and you thought maybe the building's roof was coming down?
Sure.
I know it's a little crowded, but
That
so right about on that inner circle?
Yes.
Okay. And directly across from 1200?
Yes.
Correct. Okay. You hear the sounds. What happens next?
When I started hearing the banging, it was clear that there was some kind of danger coming from there, so I ran back into a room in the 700 building, and I went into a closet.
And did the other students who were outside with you at that time, what did they do?
They also ran back and hid in the same closet as me.
All right. When you were in that closet, did you hear any further noise?
Yeah, we did hear gunshots for a little bit longer,
All right.
and then eventually they stopped.
Were they as loud, less loud? Since you're now inside, how can you describe it for us?
I was behind two shut doors at that point, so they were definitely quieter, but we could still clearly hear the noise coming from the building.
Okay, and can you tell, I think you've already sort of mentioned it, but can you tell the jury what those two closed doors where they were?
Sure, so there was doors to come into my room, and then there was also a large storage closet at the back of my room, so we all hid in the storage closet.
So the door to the closet and then the door to the classroom?
Yes.
The two doors in behind?
Yes.
And how long were you in the closet for?
For about 2 hours until we were evacuated.
All right, did who evacuated you?
The SWAT team.
Right, and how did you, when they evacuated you, how did you exit the building?
So that storage closet had 2 entrances, and the entrance to the bedroom was kind of in the middle of that courtyard area, like when you open the door, it went towards the courtyard area. So they evacuated us through that door that was further away from the 1200 building and had us go through the courtyard and then out to Pine Island.
Okay, so I know it's getting a little crowded there, could you just put maybe a little circle or a dot where the courtyard area is?
Yeah, so the door that we would have left was like here.
Okay, and you got to that door from inside? Crossing inside the building?
Mm-hmm.
And then the courtyard is where just past where the little dot is?
Yeah, it's the big square.
All right. At any time, first of all, do you know who was did you know the school's SRO? School Resource Officer?
Not very well, I knew that we had one.
All right. Did you know what he looked like?
No.
So if you had seen him that day, you wouldn't know him? If you had seen him?
Not by name.
Would you know him by his looks?
I mean, they wear the, uniforms, so I would have just assumed that it was our resource officer.
All right. Did you see him at all that day?
No.
Okay. Yeah. Has to show what's in evidence. Show the witness what's in evidence as state's composite number 6, and this is number 13 in that composite.
This is F13, which
Yes.
is part of 6, Exhibit 6?
Yes.
Understood.
Thank you. And it doesn't have to be, it's not sensitive.
The TVs are off, right, Mr. Premier, they can be on?
Yes, sir. Can you see the video?
Yes.
Oh. I read it, yeah. Do you recognize what was happening in that video?
Yes.
And was that, does that video accurately show the point in time when you evacuated the second time that day from the 700 building?
Yes.
And does it also accurately show what happened
Yes.
that when you and the rest of the kids went back into the building?
Yes.
That's fine, thank you. I have nothing further.
Okay, cross-examination, go ahead.
Good morning, Ashley.
Good morning.
Great to see you again. We met during a deposition, correct?
Yes.
You remember I asked you some questions under oath and a court reporter was present?
Yes.
Remember that? Okay. I treated you fairly, right?
Yes.
Good. Okay. First of all, congratulations on your graduation.
Thank you.
At the time, you were in 11th grade on the day of the shooting, correct?
Yes.
And you had production for theater, you were working on something, right?
Yeah, we're working on a play.
Right. This was a large class, I was told, right?
Yes, there's about 60 kids in the class.
Okay. And the teacher of the class was Melody Hertzfield, correct?
Yeah, Melody Hertzfeld.
Okay. And she's the drama teacher there, right?
Yes.
Theater teacher. And you were in her class, which is in the 700 building, correct?
Yes.
And that's the building right across from the 1200 building.
Yes.
And the fire alarm went off for the second time that day.
Yes.
First time was earlier, and that was like a fire drill, right?
Yes.
So my guess is it went off the second time. You all did not think that it was something real, right?
We felt that it was weird that it was going off for a second time.
Got it. And so, how would you describe the volume of that fire alarm?
It was a typical fire alarm, so enough to get your attention to leave the building.
Would you use the words super loud?
It was loud, yes.
Okay. And when you hear the loud noises, you initially were not sure that they were gunshots, correct?
Not at first.
In fact, it sounded like something that was exploding or collapsing somewhere, correct?
Correct, yes.
And when you hear the first shots and then the secondary shots, your testimony is that my client was on a golf cart headed in your direction, correct?
Correct.
He wasn't standing next to you when this took place, correct?
No, not directly next to me.
You didn't see any broken windows or any bullet holes or anything like that, correct?
No.
Nor did you see any smoke coming out of the 1200 building, correct?
No.
You didn't see anyone who had been shot from where you were standing, correct?
No.
In fact, when you look into the building, let's say you look at the first, second floor, third floor windows, you can't see in to see the carnage that was created by Nicholas Cruz, correct?
No.
And when you initially heard the shots, your direction of sight was drawn to the top of the building, correct?
It was drawn towards the third floor roof area.
Okay. And your testimony, if I heard correctly, was that you initially thought, hey, maybe the roof was collapsing, correct?
Yes, because it sounded like the noise was coming from the top of the building.
Got it. And what is the echo gain?
There's a hallway that echoes in that area.
Okay, tell us about that.
Towards the end of the hallway, there's a long, kind of like indoor-outdoor hallway that's more enclosed than the others that you can hear echoes up and down.
Okay. And when you see towards the end of the hallway, is that towards the 800 building? Or is that, where towards the end of the hallway?
I'm not exactly sure what the number of the building was, but it was towards our auditorium.
Okay. And would that have been closer to, do you know ultimately where my client was positioned? Did you find out where he was positioned during the shooting?
I believe it was towards the right of me.
Okay. So would that have put, that area of echo, would that have been closer to where my client was positioned?
Correct.
Okay. So when you say the echo game, tell us what that game entails and what you would do.
When we would be rehearsing for shows later at night or moving in between the auditorium, we would, yell echoes towards each other just because it would go up and down the hallway.
So without question, you experienced, even before the shooting, you pronounced echo in that area, correct?
When we were directly inside of the hallway, yes.
Okay. I wish you the very best.
Thank you.
Based on that, any redirect?
Just a few questions.
Go ahead, Steve.
Actually, first question I'd like to just confirm with you. You saw in the video the group of kids.
Yes.
You were in with that group of kids, correct? Yes. Okay. In your mind, how close was that, or how far was that from the 1200 building?
I'd say about from like where I'm sitting now to like seats over there.
You're in the courtroom, the chairs or the benches? Do you mean in the back?
Like the benches.
Okay.
The first person Mm-hmm.
And so when you're in that area, okay, you're not in that echo hallway,
No, not
correct?
at all.
Okay. And are you familiar with the east end, the front of the 1200 building?
Yes,
You've walked by that building many times?
many times.
And if you were standing, do you remember all the water pipes that are sort of in the front of that building? Okay. If you were standing in that area, would you be in the echo hallway?
No, that would be behind you, so
Okay.
if
So
you're
that,
standing in front of it, you wouldn't hear,
all right, so you wouldn't have an echo because you're not in the hallway.
because you're not inside the hallway, correct?
All right. No further questions?
Based on that, any recross?
No, Your Honor.
State, is the witness excused?
Yes, sir.
You may step down. Thank you very much. While she is doing that, State, you may call your next witness.
State calls Officer Richard Best.
Sir, if I could have you come all the way up here to the witness stand, please. Once you reach it, before you have a seat, you just stop and look at me. Raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. I do. Okay, please be seated. And once you are seated, if I can get you to scoot that chair all the way up as far as it will go.
Yes,
Can you
sir.
please state your full name and spell your full name?
Richard Best, R-I-C-H-A-R-D, Best, B-E-S-T.
Ms. Gomes, you may inquire.
Thank you. Good afternoon, or is it still good morning? I'm not sure. What time is it? Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and tell them where you currently work?
Good morning, my name is Richard Best. I'm currently an active member of the United States Coast Guard.
And are you currently on a specific assignment? Are you here with permission?
Yes. I'm currently deployed for active duty, and I received permission to have my attendance present here today.
Can you please give the members of the jury a little bit of a background on your professional career in law enforcement and in the military?
Certainly. Back in 2007, I was hired by the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department in Nevada. I was a police officer out there. I participated in a couple of different assignments, mainly road patrol and a little bit of additional training in certain areas with special investigations, gang response, intelligence, and due to family reasons, we decided to relocate to the East Coast. I relocated to South Florida, and I got hired by the Coral Springs Police Department in early 2013. I was a police officer with the city of Coral Springs for about 10 years. Worked as a patrol officer, field training officer, training newer officers, member of the department's honor guard, critical incident stress debriefing team, civil unrest and tactical support unit, and participated in various other training programs for the betterment of the agency. I enlisted in the United States Coast Guard in 2018 as a reservist, and I was a maritime enforcement specialist, stationed out of Lake Worth Inlet, Riviera Beach. Fulfilled my obligation with the Coast Guard, simultaneously working as a police officer. And with the Coast Guard, I was a maritime enforcement specialist with law enforcement functions on the water until last summer when I commissioned as an officer within the United States Coast Guard. I was assigned to Sector Miami.
The easiest way to differentiate that was more operational to administrative with emergency management. And then in October, I was tasked with fulfilling a temporary critical fill to support families of Coast Guard members who are sick, injured, deceased, and ensure veterans get the proper benefits they're entitled to regarding military funeral honors. Not easy to talk about yourself, but that's about it.
I appreciate it. You mentioned that you enlisted in 2018. In February of 2018, were you working with the Coral Springs Police Department?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And I'd like to turn your attention specifically to February 14th, 2018. Can you explain for the members of the jury, were you working that day? What did your day begin like?
I believe I was working they called it a mic shift. It was to support with, due to staffing issues and high calls for service, they assigned several officers to more or less work the busiest time to supplement the regular calls for service, the officers taking the reports and everything. So it was either 2 p.m. to midnight or 12 p.m. to 10 p.m. and it was the beginning of that shift.
At approximately 2:20 in the afternoon, did you receive a call out?
I did.
Explain what happened.
I was in the report writing room at the police department on Coral Springs Drive with a couple of other officers, and we heard Sergeant Bill Reed on the radio ask dispatch if there was shots fired at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. Dispatch said they were receiving a lot of calls, and it was just instinctive. Everybody got up, and everybody ran to the parking lot, and we all drove together.
Do you recall where you
I wonder if I
arrived?
could
Like,
turn
where
your
on
chat
campus you
GPT
pulled
into a
your vehicle
YouTube
up?
bot. That'd be cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
What if it's a thing?
We drove straight down Coral Springs Drive north. It turns into
Let's
Pine
find out.
Island. We crossed underneath the Sawgrass Expressway, and there was a caravan of cars.
Let's find out if we can
Made my
turn
first
chat GPT
entrance,
into
my
a
first
bot.
left turn
for
in
the channel. That'd be
the
cool.
southeast corner of
Let's
the
find
parking
out.
lot.
Let's find if we can do that. We'll do something productive.
Maybe, I don't know if it's a faculty lot or
Instead of getting our
whatnot,
ass
but we all
handed
just
to us in
parked as
Zelda.
close to the building as possible. That's the location.
When you got out of your vehicle, where did you run towards?
The building,
And when you say the building, do you mean building 1200?
yes.
As you're running towards building 1200, who do you see? What happens?
There was a lot of us. I followed Sergeant Bruce Kozlowski from the vehicle, and we ran north along the side, and Sergeant Kozlowski was telling other officers to stop at doors along the way as we were making our way to the north end of the school. We knew that the building 1200 was the far north end, but Sergeant Kozlowski did not want any shooter or shooters to go past us and out and get away, so he had officers stop along the way. We got to the north part of the parking lot, and Sergeant Kozlowski, myself, there may have been more, we rallied up with Officer Tim Burton, who was just arriving in his car.
Now, you mentioned that you were concerned that there may have been still the shooter on campus. Is that correct?
And we had every bit of thinking that he was actively there.
So when you're running towards the building, do you believe that you may encounter the shooter?
Yes, I was fully prepared to be shot at, unfortunately.
And while you're running, do you hear any gunshots?
We did not.
And how does the fact that you don't hear gunshots alter, if at all, the way that you're moving through that campus?
At that particular time for us, it had no effect whatsoever. We felt that, or I shouldn't say we, I felt that the shooter was there, he was on the campus, and I did not want another person to get shot, and I wanted to locate him as quick as I possibly could.
When you meet up with Tim Burton, where are you in proximity to the 1200 building?
I didn't know the building at the time, but now I know that Tim Burton was just to the east of it.
Give you a moment to orient yourself with this map. Now gonna zoom in to the 1200 building. And if you can describe for us where in between the 700 building and the 1200 building you arrived.
If you're looking at the P in Pine Island,
I'm sorry, sir. Ms. Gomes, you want him to use the annotator?
Yes, please.
Okay, give me one second.
And is it blurry for you?
no, I can see it just fine.
I could just zoom. Okay. Go ahead. And I selected the marker for you, so you should be able to mark the screen.
You don't know exactly from the cameras and everything, but from my recollection, we were somewhere right in that area. That's where Tim Burton was with his vehicle.
Okay. And when you saw Tim Burton, what was he doing? And who is Tim Burton? I apologize.
A Coral Springs police officer.
And what was he doing?
It happened really quickly. I believe he had just gotten out of his vehicle, and we were just out loud moving forward. It was just forward momentum.
What happens when you move past Tim Burton? Where do you go next?
All of us immediately located the one deputy standing. Do you want me to touch where that
Yes,
was?
please. Where was that deputy standing?
Right in this area over here. So when we arrived, we saw the one deputy, and then we saw the building, and we made the decision. Sergeant Kozlowski and Tim Burton said somebody needs to get with that deputy so we can communicate.
Was that deputy Scot Peterson the defendant in this case?
Yes.
Why was it important to get with the defendant?
We figured that he's already on the campus, and we know that our agencies had 2 separate radio channels. We knew that they were not patched at the same time, and the fear was there was just multiple layers of information, and it would be better to get additional information live from somebody that's already there.
Was in that moment the defendant the real-time information that you were seeking?
Yes.
When you walked towards the defendant, describe for the jury what he was doing, if anything.
I ran towards him very quickly.
And why did you run quickly?
I regretted it at the time, but we made the decision that somebody needed to get with him, and if you look at the building, we thought that the shooter was there, and once I took a few steps forward, I realized that I was like a sitting duck. It was a very bad tactical decision because he had higher ground, the shooter, and he could have picked me off very easily, and I would not have even been able to know where the shots were coming from specifically. But I ran, I got with the deputy pretty quickly.
In that situation where you're exposed, would the position that, is it, how do you say his name, Kozlowski?
Kozlowski.
Kozlowski. Was Kozlowski in a safer position in that moment?
Nobody was really in a safe position. It was just very fluid. As soon as we saw Officer Burton, it's not like he was standing doing nothing by the car. He presumably, it looked like he had just gotten out of the car, and we were trying to go forward.
So when you approach the defendant, and do you see the man that you approached in the courtroom today?
I do.
Okay, can you please identify him by an article of clothing?
He's wearing looks like a bluish suit jacket and a blue tie.
Okay, can I let the record reflect the in-court identification?
The record shall so reflect. You may proceed.
Thank you. And so you run up to the defendant and describe for the jury what happens next.
I literally said, "Hey brother, what do we got?" And he said, "Shots fired, 2nd or 3rd floor." And he was standing there looking at the building in front of us, the 1200 building. And I don't think I used the radio. There was a lot of radio traffic. And I just remember yelling out, "Shots fired, 2nd or 3rd floor." And that was directed towards Sergeant Kozlowski, Officer Burton. And there were definitely other officers there. I don't recall specifically other than Officer Whittington and Officer Carvalho, but there were more officers there.
When the defendant said shots fired, 2nd or 3rd floor, was it obvious that he meant inside the 1200 building?
Yes.
After the defendant told you where the shots were coming from, what did you do next?
There was radio traffic between a lot of people, but mainly Sergeant Kozlowski and Sergeant Mazzy. Sergeant Mazzy's team of officers was on the opposite side, so like here, for example, that's the west side. There was a group of officers over there, and then Sergeant Kozlowski and these officers went over here, which is the east side. And there was a lot of just yelling back and forth. The fear was you never want to have law enforcement go into two opposite sides where they could potentially shoot each other. So there was a lot of specific intended communication. Knowing that there was enough people on both sides, presuming that there was other people on the north side, which is over here, I stayed with Deputy Peterson briefly, and my thinking was, if any of these officers approach the shooter, if he jumps out of the window or if he comes this way to run, I am going to tackle him, I'm going to get him, I'm going to engage him.
So while you were standing at that location, were you making observations of what the other officers were doing?
Absolutely.
At some point, did you make the decision to no longer stand where you were standing?
Yes.
Explain to the jury why you made that decision to move away from the position that you and Deputy Peterson were standing.
It's twofold. First, hearing the radio traffic back and forth, knowing that it's a 3-story building and it was clear that the first floor was cleared, officers were making their way through the second floor and the third floor, and I just figured at that point I'm not doing anything over here. It didn't make sense to me to stay over there. I figured if he was going to jump out, it would have already happened. And then the second part of it was, I don't remember where I got this information from, but I specifically remember hearing the shooter's on the 3rd floor making his way down to the 2nd floor with a gas mask. And having never been in the building before, I presume that there's a stairwell on the east side and the west side. I ran to the closest one, positioned myself in the stairwell. I met up with Officer Capri, who joined me, and we stood there holding our rifle up. And it felt like a really long time, but it probably wasn't. And we were just waiting and waiting and waiting for the shooter to come down from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor. And I 1000% believed it was going to be him or me or him or Officer Capri. There's no way that somebody was going to do what we knew took place without a shooting going back and forth.
When you ran towards that building, you said you didn't know the layout perfectly, but you wanted to get towards the stairwell. How important was it in that moment to have someone who understood the layout of that building relay that information to you?
I mean, it would have definitely helped out a lot, but at the same time, in this kind of situation, time is of the essence. You don't even have time to sit here and, draw out a map and ask somebody for guidance. It's almost, if this is your first time in the courtroom, you pop open the door and you look in the back, you look to the walls, you look around, you're assessing as you go. You have to move fast in this.
In that moment that you made the decision to leave that position and to run towards that building to confront the shooter, did Deputy Peterson come with you?
No.
Did he remain standing in his position?
I don't recall where he stood, but I remember when I came back out a significant time after, he was still there.
So for the entire time that you were inside that building,
Well, we now
and
have a
exited
magic
that
8 ball,
building,
so
he
that's
remained in the
nice.
exact same
We got
position.
that working.
Yes.
When you entered the
You
stairwell,
want the heist thing? We'll add heist. That's
describe
fine.
for
We'll
the
do
members of the
heist.
jury what
Well,
that
the
looks
heist
like when
maybe.
there's officers kind of taking tactical positions in a stairwell.
There was so much going on. There was other agencies from the Broward County Sheriff's Office. I remember, I believe Hollywood SWAT, Miramar. There was just so many different agencies and so many different officers brushing in, going past us, going all different ways. But to answer the question from a tactical standpoint, I stood with my rifle. I had an assignment. A lot of times with law enforcement, we look at these as problems, to solve a problem. So my problem was, I'm in the stairwell, I think the shooter's going to come down That's my job. I have to trust the people behind me, to my left
I'm
and to
going
my
to get
right
a quick
to do
bite
their
to eat.
job.
I'll be right back.
I knew that there was somebody else looking down the hallway. I knew that there were other officers on the second floor clearing classrooms, clearing buildings, doing things of that nature. You can't really focus too much on everybody else's tactical assignments. You have to trust your team and trust the training of the other officers and the other agencies.
Did everybody kind of find a job and do it?
Yes.
And all these different agencies, different radios, everybody was able to kind of work together?
Yes.
As you stand there with the rifle pointed, did the shooter ever come down?
No.
Explain for the members of the jury what happened next.
It was like the gust of wind comes out of the sail. At some point, there was information, I believe it was over the radio, that the information that the shooter was coming down the stairwell came from somebody who had watched this on surveillance camera, on a security camera. And at some point, it was relayed to all of us that that information was delayed. I want to say like 20 minutes delayed, because the person was rewinding the video, trying to locate the last place that they had the shooter. And when the information was relayed to us, we thought it was real time. We thought it was live. And it was significantly delayed.
When did you realize that?
We were still in the stairwell, and then it was relayed that he had gotten out of the building and he was probably gone. And it was at that time, and then we transitioned to basically rendering aid.
Explain for the members of the jury, have you ever taken classes while you were at the Coral Springs Police Department or Las Vegas, the Coast Guard, on rendering aid in a combat sort of situation?
So this really isn't all that new. With Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, about 12 or so years ago, they implemented what was called MACTAC. Everything has an acronym in law enforcement and military. It's multi-assault, counterterrorism, action capabilities, or something along those lines. But the thought process in Las Vegas was, if you're responding to a hotel or a casino or a high-value location and you're a lone officer, you have got to stop an attack, possibly a terrorist attack. And there's different situations where you would form up a team. There's different situations where you're expected to go in yourself, and you have got to make a confrontation. Fast forward a little bit to, and there wasn't too much implementation on medical from Las Vegas at that time. It was more just confronting a shooter or confronting a terrorist attacker. Fast forward to Coral Springs. I hired on in 2013. I want to say it was maybe 2015 or 2016. Sergeant Carla Kimatek, now she's Sergeant Miller, but she was in charge of the training unit, and she was very aggressive in getting us trained properly and adequately to address school shootings specifically. But if we go to a school, if we go to a populated building, if we go to a mall, here's what's expected from Coral Springs. This is what we want you to do. And I know that I remember her having the support from, it was Chief Tony Vestizzi at the time. So we did an extensive amount of training, and we're fortunate because it's not that big of a jurisdiction. We've got a lot of firefighters, paramedics, EMTs, but it was ingrained upon us that we may have to render immediate medical aid when possible to save somebody's life. So they didn't have a fancy name for it. I want to say it was just maybe stop the bleed or just stopping the bleeding. That was the emphasis for us. And then with the Coast Guard, for years they've had, it's called Tactical Combat Casualty Care, and it's a similar premise with all three agencies.
So as it applies to February of 2018, what type of aid is the priority in that moment when you have gunshot wound victims?
Well, there's going to be two. Assuming you're no longer looking for the shooter, you're going to transition and you're going to observe a lot of loss of blood. So you need to stop that. So primarily chest seals or tourniquets. And
what is a chest seal?
it's basically meant to, it's a little clear plastic piece. You open it up, you put it onto either the front chest area, the abdomen, the back, the neck, over an open wound. And the goal is to just stop air from getting in and complicating the wound. We were never, trained paramedics or EMTs, so we just got the bare minimum training on what it was and what it accomplished. But we had very definitive tasking where here's a chest seal, here's how you would use a chest seal, here's how it would help save somebody's life, similar to a tourniquet with its own application. A tourniquet would be on limbs, arms and legs, and you want to stop the flow of blood, stop the blood flow. But I should also mention, we've also been told that you might not have a tourniquet or a chest seal. I mean, you could use, I could rip off my shirt and make that a tourniquet. Applying pressure on wounds, things like that are nothing new.
And are chest seals, tourniquets, I even suppose, I guess, makeshift tourniquets, an understood necessary tool throughout law enforcement?
Absolutely.
And in a situation where there are several children that have been shot, explain for the members of the jury how you would kind of triage and how you determine what to do in that situation.
I hate to sound insensitive, but the reality is you have to make very, very quick decisions. It's similar in the military as it is law enforcement, fire rescue, everybody's the same in this. If you've got 10 people on the ground, whether they're children or adults, and you're looking at them, if somebody looks deceased, you're moving on to the next. If there's a chance at saving somebody's life, you're gonna try to save their life. And you have to make a decision on, who stands the best opportunity, and they're split-second decisions. You're not really doing a full head-to-toe evaluation. Like in this particular case, I didn't get too involved with that, but I helped with several victims. We transported them over to a golf cart, and we knew that that golf cart was then taking them over to a triage location. Exactly what I just described was taking place at the triage location. And then they were making a decision on taking them to different hospitals. And it's just, it's a cycle. I hate to sound insensitive, but you have to prioritize, if you could save somebody's life or not.
How important is it when triaging and trying to save lives to have all hands on deck, anybody who's available and able-bodied to help, especially law enforcement?
Especially in this case with the amount of victims, amount of injured people, everybody played a part. Sometimes you can have too many people. I really don't think in this particular case you could have had too many people. It was controlled chaos. We didn't really have egos on the ground. There was a lot of direction being given, and it was just kind of understood. Like, for example, I had somebody yell at me after most of this was done. I had somebody yell at me to stand by a gymnasium just to make sure that everything was triple checked and quadruple checked and cleared. I don't know who told me to do that. I just did it. Likewise, if I would have given somebody direction, I would think that they would have followed it.
Explain for the members of the jury, so what happens? You assist the victims, explain how the remainder of that initial controlled chaos takes place.
So we know that the shooter's gone, but it was again relayed. Sergeant Kozlowski was adamant, keeping everybody focused, because it's very easy to become complacent. And when we found out that the shooter had left the campus, I can't speak for everybody, but I feel like everybody felt the same way, that we had failed. We didn't get here quick enough. We didn't do enough. We didn't catch him. And it was important that we knew that there could potentially be, bombs, there could be booby traps, there could be other shooters, there could be other people, there could be other situations present, and we can't just, walk away. We knew that those that needed medical attention were getting medical attention, but we couldn't just put our heads down and think that, okay, there's no more threat. There was a ton of faculty. They were absolutely incredible and amazing. They evacuated children, listening to all the directions from law enforcement. I remember yelling at some teachers to, go with the children. Everybody listened and everybody did that. going to the specific areas they were told to go to. And then we remained over there for quite a long time. There was an update over the radio that a Coconut Creek police officer had located the shooter. He was taken into custody in a residential area not too far from the school. A bunch of officers went to assist him with that, but those of us that were at the school, we stayed at the school. That was our job, that was our tasking. A bunch of politicians showed up, a bunch of cameras were there, command staff, mobile command posts, and then multiple SWAT teams methodically cleared the buildings. I was happy to see them do that because they have a lot more training in building clearing, so they can definitely do it a lot better than most normal road patrol officers. And at some point it was just deemed that, okay, this building is safe. I don't remember what time that was, it seemed like a long time, but then I returned back to the Emergency Operations Center at the Coral Springs Police Department.
Was it evening time by the time this was all over?
Yes.
You just explained that SWAT has more experience in clearing buildings. Can you explain for the members of the jury the difference between clearing a building once there's no shooter and how to respond when there is a live shooter?
If you can visualize responding to a shooting taking place, every single time you hear a gunshot, presumably somebody's getting shot. Every gunshot, it might not necessarily kill somebody, but at the same time it can. So if you're responding to a shooting taking place and you hear gunshots going off, you can very reasonably feel like every single time there's a gunshot, somebody's life is being taken, somebody is being killed, somebody is now dead. I don't know how else to visually explain or describe that, but that's why after Columbine, there's this huge push on law enforcement across the country to adapt this response. It's not that I, as one police officer, want to ever go into that situation by myself, but that's the understanding. I mean, you sign up to do this job and that's it. To answer your question further, I remember the second part. With SWAT methodically clearing a building, if there is no shooting taking place, from a road patrol perspective, I receive training, but it's not consistent training with building clearing. The SWAT team, they train usually once or twice every single month, and that's their bread and butter. It's like telling a cook how to make a meal. I mean, that's all they do. So they know how to do it safely, quickly, efficiently. They have more protection, greater weapons, etc. But going back to that day when we felt that the shooter or shooters were no longer present, it was great to have trained SWAT officers from multiple agencies conducting the building clearing, because they're going to be very methodical. They're going to know the hard corners, what to look for, avenues of escape, things like that. And if you wanted a bunch of patrol officers to do it, it would take us far longer, it wouldn't be as safe, and it wouldn't be as effective.
Is it necessary to have SWAT in order to enter a building to confront a shooter?
No, absolutely not. I mean, to the contrary, that's what happened with Columbine. That's what changed. It used to be understood that you would set up a perimeter around the school or the building and you'd wait for SWAT for the reasons I just described. But it's understood that the longer you wait, the more damage is being done, the more people are being harmed or killed.
Would you, in a situation where there are gunshots going, that active stimulus, ever order officers to stay 500 feet back?
Ever.
Why not?
I would be asking the complete opposite. I would be saying...
Ever? I mean...
I'm running into this building
I
on the
don't
east
know
side,
about that
here's
answer
where
to that
shots are
question.
fired, or I'm running in from the north or running in from the west, I would be telling
That's
them
one of the
where I'm
reasons in law
going,
we try to avoid words like always.
counting
and
on, at some point,
never. You
engaging
never
the
do it.
shooter
Are you
and
sure?
having backup as soon as
Yeah.
I could possibly get it.
And on February 14th, if there had been gunshots going, even if you had been told to stay 500 feet back, what would you have done?
I wouldn't have listened to the order. I would have taken the discipline or taken the hit. It's hard to put yourself in other people's shoes, so I'm not going to
cops at
speculate
Uvalde
on other
didn't
people.
follow that guidance, so.
I see
Cops
things
at
all the
Uvalde
time
is
with
what I
law
say.
enforcement that I don't agree with, and I say, why didn't they stand up, or why didn't they do this, or why didn't
Facts
they
at
do that? I can
Uvalde
only
are
answer for me personally.
much more
Me
heinous
personally,
than the facts here, in my
if I hear
opinion.
shots being fired, you have to go in, you have to stop the threat. People are more than likely being shot or killed, and statistically speaking, it's about 100% guaranteed that when an active shooter is confronted, the threat stops. Something changes. Either they stop shooting, they surrender, they give in, they're killed. Something changes, but they cannot go unchallenged.
I don't know if I like that answer either, on a technical level.
Your Honor, can you go sidebar, please?
Prosecution's asking for a sidebar. Most likely reason is because they're about to ask a question that they're not sure they can answer. Right? We covered this a little bit with Kara in house with them. Of like, I thought you opened the door. Door's open for me, not for you. Right? So most likely the reason the prosecutor's asking for a sidebar is because they're about to ask a question they're not sure that they can ask, so they want a clarification before they ask it. So, assuming that's what they're
Ladies and
doing. Good job
gentlemen,
on that.
we're going to press pause on the direct examination of the witness at this point. I'm going to send
Or
you
that they want
lunch.
to take a break for
We're going
lunch.
to pick it up after the lunch
Yeah,
break.
or they want to
Same
take a break for
admonition
lunch.
as
So
always.
can we take a break
Please do
now?
not
Because
discuss
this is
the
a
facts
nice
of the
part
case, the
to
evidence,
place
the
the
witnesses,
pause
or the
on.
testimony amongst
Pause
yourselves or
right there.
anyone
Can we
else.
take the break?
Till we reach the end of the trial, I'll tell you when that is. I hope you all have a nice lunch break. If you leave the notepads and the envelopes in your chairs, they will be waiting for you when you come back. I'm going to ask you to please be back at the
Boost
jury
my
room.
audio.
Let's call
Getting
it
my audio levels right today has been a
1:40
pain in the
p.m.
ass.
1:40 p.m. Have a nice lunch.
I'll boost it to 40% and hope for the best. 1:40 p.m. So that is an hour and 20 minutes from now. So assuming that they haven't had he hasn't been informed, maybe now we'll have a little bit of discussion with Court TV or Law Crime or whoever's filming this. See if we see anything happen before we sort of put off the audio.
Okay, we're outside the presence of the jury. Everyone can be seated. So, sir, I'm going to have you step down. You can talk to anyone you want about anything you want, except your testimony in this case. It's just like you're on the witness stand. And I'm going to ask you to be back here at 1:40 p.m.
Yes, sir.
Okay? State, anything else you need me to address before we recess for the lunch break?
No, Judge.
Defense, anything else you need me to address? No, yeah. Okay, so then we'll be in recess for the lunch break till 1:40 p.m. I hope you have a nice lunch.
Surprised they don't want to address it. I can't believe that they don't know. Maybe they already brought it to the court's attention during the previous break, so he already knows. Maybe the judge is going to handle it differently. Maybe he's not going to do anything. I don't know. I don't know. We will find out, I suppose, as this wheel turns. Very exciting. Well, we got at least some testimony today, although it was hard for me to literally hear it. But at least we got some testimony as to some actions the officer actually took. Because we have a witness who saw the police officer like in a golf cart. And we have this witness who was beside the officer at some point. So at least we got some information about what the officer did do. Unfortunately, it was so low in volume, I literally couldn't hear it. So that was annoying. Because I would like to have had that information and I don't. So, good times. Yeah. So we'll see how this all develops. And maybe they can fix their audio issues over there, whatever's going on with that. Maybe they can fix that during the break. We'll see how that all develops. So I literally couldn't hear the information about what the defendant did, which would have been helpful. And I couldn't hear the cross-examination either. I heard something vaguely about triage. Maybe someone else can fill me in because I couldn't quite hear it. Were they saying that they saw the defendant like taking victims towards some sort of medical staging area? Was that the testimony? Or did I misunderstand that part of the testimony, which is a very distinct possibility? Anyone in chat can help me on that one would be great. Bueller. I see YouTube is still buffering too. That's good news for me. That's encouraging. Thank you, YouTube, for helping out. The triage part didn't really go anywhere. Okay. Yeah, so I couldn't quite understand that part of the testimony. They did nothing? Okay. Couldn't quite understand that part of the testimony. I thought maybe they said that they saw the defendant taking people in his golf cart for the purpose of triage. But maybe I misunderstood what he said. Or that maybe he left Peterson to do triage. Yeah, I didn't quite get it. Maybe that will be developed more on cross-examination. And we'll learn a little bit more. Hopefully we can gain some further insights on that aspect. Hopefully we'll get a little bit more information during cross-examination. Hopefully they'll fix their audio so I can hear it better. All right. How do I attack this? I don't know because I couldn't hear it. I don't know how I'd attack it on the defense because I couldn't hear what they said. Assuming arguendo that what the cops said was there was a period of time when we were together and he wasn't doing anything at that time and I left him to take care of the victims. Assuming that's the testimony, then I would just make sure that it's time limited. Like you only saw the defendant for, whatever the answer is. I only saw the defendant for these 3 minutes. And during this, so that's all you can speak to is what happened during those 3 minutes. You can't speak to what happened before or after. So, assuming that he saw him like literally standing around and do nothing, the way I'd attack it is by time frame. And hopefully the time frame is small. Be like, so you only saw him not doing anything for these 90 seconds or whatever. That would be the way I do that. And if that is not what was testified to, obviously I approach it differently. But since I literally couldn't hear it, I don't know how I'd attack it. So insufficient information because of audio problems. I thought once you stop being a baby, you're supposed to understand object permanence. I don't think object permanence happens until a little bit later in that development cycle, but it's been a while since I read my early developmental history. I'm not sure what age people get object permanence and whether they're still babies or not. I'd have to double check. was a smart ass answer to your comment, but it made me feel marginally better. So thank you for the thank you for the unintentional pick me up. Law Nerd Debbie gave 5 gift memberships. Thank you. Yes, we're on lunch right now. We're on a lunch break. We might very soon go to full screen Zelda. It'd be full screen Zelda. Well, we could. Can we do Zelda with sound? I don't know if we can do Zelda with sound. We could do full screen Zelda without sound. We got that going for us. But I set it up in a way that I don't know if I can do sound. Thank you for the 200 of you who are here, by the way. Appreciate it. If you want to use this time to help the channel, now would be a good time to help promote this on your social media choice, or promote it again. Share the good word about the uncivil law. Well, I'd really like to see the number of people watching grow to about 1,000 people. That would make me very happy. So if we could increase this by 4 times, I'd appreciate that. And you guys can help. Every one of you can recruit someone who can recruit someone, and so forth and so on. And then the entire world will be watching the stream. It'll be great. Let's take a look at my DMs. What is going on in DM's world? Yeah. I'm going to say this exactly one last time. We're letting the debate from the other day go. And the next time someone brings it up, I'm going to ban them. So that is your last warning on this issue. Thank you. I could kind of cheat it as a full screen capture inside OBS. You'd see an OBS window, but you'd see the game with sound. So I could cheat doing Zelda inside an OBS capture inside of StreamYard or Streamlabs. So once again, Azeroth, we've covered this. The Supreme Court's cases dealing with duty to act are civil cases, not criminal. So the case law, like Gonzalez versus Castle Rock, is inapplicable in this context. I'm going to have to keep saying that over and over and over again, but that's fine. The same reason also qualified immunity doesn't apply, by the way, incidentally, in case you care, because qualified immunity is only a civil law doctrine, not criminal. So there you go. All right, so we'll cheat this for Zelda. We'll cheat this for Zelda, and we'll do this full screen Zelda. You can watch me get my ass kicked. Will you be able to hear it if I do it this way? Yes, because I can capture the entire screen's audio. I think this will work. Let's give it a shot. We covered the indictments this morning. The actual text of the indictments probably won't be out till Tuesday. So unless the actual text of the indictments are out, there's nothing new for us to say on that issue. All right. I also won't be able to see the chat if I do it this way. I won't be able to see the chat if I do it this way. So Zelda without chat, I guess. I won't be able to see you guys chatting at me. It's very sad. Well, I could bring up the chat on my phone and glance at it that way occasionally. So it won't be perfect, but it'll be something. All messages chat. Okay, that's up. All right, so I got it on my phone so I can see it. All right, great. Now I need to do this. All right, so share screen. And hopefully you'll be able to hear the audio if I do this. Window, entire screen, share system audio. All right, here we go, guys. Let's see how this works. Can I not do this? Or do I have to remove like other windows before I add it? All right. No, I still can't. Do I have to remove everything else before I... Oh, okay. All right, here we go, guys. Let's give this a shot.
More gifters. Don't let them surround you. Don't let them surround you. That light. Maybe we can use it. You better look out for yourself. Here we go.
Okay, that's...
Here we go.
Is the volume wrong? Do I have to fix the fucking volume, is Leshos? I can't... I suppose I can actually turn it down. Because it's in my system volume. Turn up my mic volume as well while I'm here so you can see window and window. We're bodging this so to make this work. Really? Okay. Here, bitch. Where's my banging bad guy? Where is he? Can't fucking see him because of the light. Really?
What? Are you okay? Are you okay?
I'm out of food. I'm gonna die. We're watching it like this because it's literally the best I can do. This is the best I can do. That's why we're watching it like this. Well, actually, technically... Okay, this is the best I can do. Now I'm out of arrows. How am I supposed to bring it down when I have no more arrows? Oh, shit. How do I bring it down when I don't have arrows? How do I win? I don't have arrows. What am I supposed to do? Anyone have any ideas? Well, there's one arrow to start, I guess. I guess better aim real fucking accurately.
Riju, beloved daughter of the Gerudo.
I know that voice. You're the one who's been talking all this time.
Yes, your ancestor from a time long past. I was a Gerudo warrior who served the first king of Hyrule and a sage who called down lightning, just as you can. I've seen you brandish the power you have in defense of our people. I would expect nothing less from my descendant. You are the pride of the Gerudo. The Demon King is responsible for sending the monster that caused the Sand Shroud.
Just like that, that works.
But the monster's true purpose was to prevent you from obtaining that stone. My secret stone.
Demon King. Secret stone.
Don't worry. You will understand soon enough. Let me tell you of events in our distant past. The events
There you go.
that shaped our people's destiny during the imprisoning war. Long, long ago, when the kingdom of Hyrule was still young, a great evil, the Demon King, emerged. He attacked the innocent and sought the destruction of Hyrule.
Blah, 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 Hyrule, blah, 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 Demon King,
His obsession with
Ganondorf,
power
blah, blah,
transformed him
blah,
into a monster.
something, Triforce,
Raru,
sages,
the first
whatever.
king of Hyrule, and 6 warriors rose to oppose him. I'm proud to have been one of them. We faced the Demon King, but only after Raru gave us the secret stones.
Raru, our goat daddy.
Artifacts that amplified the ability.
We call him Goat Daddy over here.
I, the Sage of Lightning, fought by my fellow sages in battle with my own secret stone. But we were no match for his overwhelming power. He endured our strongest attacks.
Goat Daddy is
even
weak.
the lightning strikes I called down. King Raru knew we had lost the battle against the Demon King. He made the ultimate sacrifice to imprison the Demon King, to seal him away.
That was the imprisoning war.
Yes, we know. We've got that memo already, but thanks.
Some time later, another of the 6 sages, the Sage of Time, came to visit me, and she set the Gerudo on our destined path.
I thought Goat Mommy was the Sage of Time. Zelda is combination time and something else.
Will fight that monster. So please, he will need your assistance. Lend him your power, the Gerudo's control of lightning.
The path of the Gerudo was clear at that moment.
We wish nothing
Gerudo Mommy looks like she might be interested in a little bit of goat loving.
We are responsible for his very
She looks like she wants a little piece of Goat Daddy, doesn't she?
We must make amends. I swear to you that when the Demon King returns, the Gerudo Sage of Lightning will awaken once more.
Yeah, this is being played on a Switch.
The Sage and her people will fight alongside your swordsman.
Time and light. Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
And now I have told you all I can of the imprisoning war and of our people's destiny. You have saved Gerudo Town, but the Demon King still remains a threat. Riju, daughter of the Gerudo, you must take up my secret stone and honor the vow I made to the Sage of Time long ago. Fight alongside the swordsman, Link.
If you can control time, do you really need anything else? I mean,
So it's my destiny to fight by your side.
controlling lightning sounds cool and all until you realize the alternative is controlling time.
My destiny as a sage, my duties as chief, and fighting side by side with you?
I wouldn't say exactly side by side, girl. Wasn't quite the way I had it envisioned, but you know, if that's the way you like it.
I guess it's time to claim my destiny. I am the Sage of Lightning. Witness this new power I possess.
Can we date the ghost girl?
Link, give me
Is
your
that
hand.
ethical?
I read you, the Sage of Lightning. Swear that I will stand with you. And here, as proof of my vow.
Neat. So you're saying I can use this ring to summon you anytime I want?
Use that ring to call upon my power whenever you need it.
I see no way that this could be abused.
It seems I can finally repay you.
Oh yeah, baby.
Okay, should we head back to town?
Sure, why not? I don't have to head back to town. We're all alone right here. Let's just sit down and look up at the stars. Blues on the Green. Movies in the Park. I should check some of them out. Oh? Oh? The chief of the Gerudo Guard is no help to us in this exercise, by the way. What they've been doing this entire time. Why does it have to be me as the swordsman? Why can't the chief of the Gerudo Guard do this? Is your chief not very good? Why you need a man? Isn't a woman just as good? Ah, Link. I'm grateful for your help in saving the Gerudo. I've received reports that ever since the Shanshao disappeared, the attacks have almost entirely stopped. That's nice. I know daytime's time to rebuild, but thanks to you, we can live on the surface again. On behalf of the Gerudo people, thank you. You better let me into town, I'm telling you what. If you kick me out of town, I'm gonna be pissed. I'm sorry to say, though, that despite the safety of Gerudo Town no longer being a pressing concern, we still haven't been able to uncover information about the whereabouts of Zelda. Actually, Bluer era, I do have a small piece of information regarding Zelda. It experienced a vision where I took the secret stone in my hand. person that my ancestor referred to as the Sage of Time looked identical to Zelda. What if that was actually Zelda? And Zelda was in distant past. One of my ancestors knew that's the real Zelda. Zelda we saw had to be someone else. Things start to fit together if we assume that much is true. There's still much to investigate. We don't have much information to be sure. Sorry, Link, although the threat of the Sand Shroud and Gib's past cannot leave the town at the moment. Things need some time to settle. Oh, I'm all about settling down. You can be my woman in this quadrant of the map. I swear I'll do anything to help. Anything you say. Okay.
So,
Now, baby, I know you've got a bedroom right upstairs. Because I've played this game before. Damn it. Again, the cold shoulder again. Some bullshit. Bedroom's right up here. It's got flowing water in it. I'll make sure to add to the flowing water, if you know what I mean. Wow. I'm not sure about that joke. Maybe later. I think we're gonna go shrine hunting for a while. There's a shrine out there. Let's go get it. We got still what? Another 45 minutes till the court comes back? Something like that? Let's go shrine hunting for a while. Koberger murder trial? No time in the near future. I think it's technically scheduled for something like October 21, but that's not going to happen. I'd be surprised if it happens even next year, to be honest. So, oh, you were asking about some sort of Koberger motion. That I don't know. It's going to be a lot of motions between now and a year from now, or change. At some point, I'd be amazed if they don't file a change of venue motion. And I'd be equally surprised in this particular case if it's not granted, to be honest. Oh, it's the gag order thing? Okay. Fine. Long crime. They said they weren't coming back, right, till quarter till. So if something actually happens that we need to like return to, let me know. Like if the judge starts yelling at long crime or something, let me know. That'd be good. I'd love to see the judge yell at wrong crime, just, you know, because it'd be hilarious. I would personally enjoy it. Let's get them yelling at long crime on the record. You think they'll ban cameras from the courtroom for Koberger? They might. That'd be unfortunate. I, for one, would like to know what the evidentiary picture against him. I mean, the probable cause is interesting, but it's not enough to convict, at least to me. So I'd like to know what the evidence is. If they find the victim's blood in his car, he's going to have a very bad time. That's my sort of view on the thing. That's tough. If they find the victim's blood in the car, that's a tough one to explain. We can try to make the knife sheath work. If they find the victim's blood in his car, that's going to be a lot harder. That didn't really do what I wanted to do, did it? So I have to put them together or something. It's some sort of like thing to make it work. Okay. The car did it? You think the car went into the house and committed 4 stabbing murders and then left? In this scenario where the car is the one that did it, is the car completely self-autonomous? Like, is it Herbie? Or does Koberger still have to be there as an accomplice? How sentient is this car? Can it drive itself? Is it like Knight Rider? Or I suppose more of the point would be like Evil Knight Rider, which was what, Cat? Wasn't that the name of the evil Knight Rider? Instead of Kit, it was Cat, something like that. I don't think I'm going to be putting you on my defense team for coming up with ideas on the defense. Next candidate, please. I appreciate your enthusiasm, though. You're pushing right through the pole. You're breaking physics, computer. You're not allowed to do that. Right through it, right through the stake. Right through the stake, like it's not even there. Alright guys, it looks like we're about to get the Blood Moon speech again, which I really could do without, to be honest. When the Blood Moon rises. Stop telling me about the Blood Moon. I'm well aware of the Blood Moon, thank you. Shut up. Shut up. No one cares about the blood of stained moon. No one cares. Literally no one cares. You're just being very whiny. That's what you're being, very whiny. Oh, the bloodstained moon again, Link. The bloodstained moon. I keep wondering why I'm trying to save this person. Seriously, I keep wondering if I'm fighting for the wrong side in this entire game. Maybe Ganondorf is worth hearing out. Maybe he has some ideas that, you know, I mean, all we've heard is the propaganda on behalf of the Hyrule Kingdom. What's the real story? You know? Zelda just sounds like another king, queen that wants to be deposed, that's about to be deposed, and trying to hold on to the last glimpse of power. I think they're lying to us. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you've heard a lot about my client, Ganondorf, but you have not heard from the man himself. The prosecution has gone to great lengths to poison this man in the public eye, destroy his reputation before we ever got here into court today. Make him so vile before you that you want to convict immediately on pure spite. But what they haven't told you is the truth. Ladies and gentlemen, during this trial, you will hear from a slew of witnesses who will tell you about not only the actions of Ganondorf, but his reasons behind it. You will understand the corruption of the Hyrulean Kingdom. And by the end of this trial, I am convinced and assured that you will vote not guilty. Ladies and gentlemen, first you will hear for Mr. Sprocket. Mr. Sprocket lives in Gerudo Town. Mr. Sprocket has seen the state through the kingdom depose and suppress its people, demanding its human rights, as would we all. You will hear how they pled with the king over and over for a redress with no change, simply saying that goat fucking was the true claim to power. Mr. Uncivil, you're out of order. You know very well there's a motion in limine not to refer to goat fucking. I'm sorry, Your Honor, I got carried away. Next, you will hear from Miss Quarrel. Miss Quarrel lives in the Zora Kingdom. You will hear how their domain has been flooded with water, and they've pleaded over and over again with Hyrule for water management through the Hyrule Corps of Engineers. And their demands continue to go unmet as their remains flooded. They have even gone so far as to convince the Zorian people through gaslighting that they like the flooded domain, and it really was their idea to have the waters all along. That is how deep and insidious it goes. You will hear from Mr. Ritu of the Bird Kingdom. He will tell you about how he's flown over the land from here and there and back again, flying up into the air among these islands in the clouds that have suddenly appeared out of nowhere, showing that he will testify to these clouds. He will testify to these places in the sky that you and I have been unable to visit, but he has visited and surveyed them all. He will tell you about the strange things that have appeared on these islands and how he's petitioned over and over for the Hyrulean Kingdom to take charge of these new lands appearing above our sovereign soil. Yet the king does nothing to allow this ongoing invasion to occur. He will tell you how these islands are a staging area, and he has seen the soldiers. Strange beasts, constructed beasts, beasts of electricity that are cobbled together just from parts that are assembled using strange and unknown technology, and how the Hyrulean Kingdom knew about it all through ancient writings that were located in the very basement of the Hyrulean castle. Yet, Zelda was asked to suppress all knowledge of this. Finally, you'll hear from Mr. Tompkins of the Gordon people. He will tell you about how they have a wonderful construction company and have been trying to build things over this land continuously. A proud and recognized business owner in this and other lands within our kingdom. Yet despite the constant monsters that are everywhere, playing havoc on his building efforts and on his clientele, the Hyrulean Kingdom has refused on and on again to bring justice to this once proud construction company, where their construction equipment is now left abandoned on the side of the road and has become so expensive for the construction company to even attempt to repurpose that they have abandoned it, leaving signs at the sites telling people that they can use it themselves for their own construction efforts because they don't want their efforts to go completely in vain. And even though the company itself won't profit, they have put the people above profit, something the Hyrulean Kingdom has not done. Finally, you will hear from my client, Mr. Ganondorf himself. Yes, the scourge of the kingdom that you have been told about will take the stand. You will see that he is no scourge, he is no monster. He is merely a man who understands the plight of the people that has gone unrecognized by their so-called legitimate rulers for far too long. You will hear from Mr. Ganondorf how he tried initially to plead his case in peace before the kingdom, coming before the kingdom, and even going so far as to pledge fealty towards his king in the hopes that this sign of respect would lead the king to change his ways. But nay, it was in vain. For the king showed no signs of changing because he is a goat. He's literally a goat. And apparently only my client is able to see and tell this truth, that he is literally a goat and not the just and proper ruler of this kingdom. You will hear from these witnesses and many more. You will hear from young and from old. You will hear from new members of our community and those who have lived here a long time. They will tell you about how they've lived in other lands and have been here their entire lives. They will tell you how they've been born here and how they've grown old and are ready to die here. They will tell you about this more, and by the end of this trial, I am confident that you will understand the motivations and purposes of my client, and you will understand his actions to be proper, just, and signs of a good king, and you will rule in favor of my client, Ganondorf. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Still a better opening than the defense lawyer gave in this case. How are we doing? You like that? That isn't bad for off the cuff. I was able to even use plot elements from this game in my opening to my advantage. So hey, not bad. Come on, come on, come on. No. Need more planks so I can get over there. Where are my planks of wood? God damn it. Well, I could create like a updraft maybe and do it that way. Can I not create an updraft with fire? Too hot for an updraft? Maybe it is. There we go. Only 110 people watching the stream right now. That's kind of disappointing. I guess we are on a break, but still. Maybe I should have killed the stream for the morning session and restarted the stream for an afternoon stream. Maybe I should have done that instead of just streaming through. Maybe it was a mistake to stream through lunch. The analytics don't seem to be liking it. Maybe next week we'll try breaking the stream up in two. See if that helps. What can we do to bring more people to these streams? That's the real question. I mean, I know comparison is the theft of joy and everything, but still, I'm going to do it anyway. I can't help noticing that some of my friends in the LawTube genre have a lot more viewers for content that I do not, at least in my own subjective opinion, consider to be as good. Now, maybe it says something about my tastes versus other people's tastes, so maybe I'm just wrong. But it's like, what can I do to bring more people to this channel? More people to these streams? I don't know what I can do differently that I'm not already doing. So maybe it's just me. And I know it's like not just like a YouTube-wide thing, because I'm like thinking about people's numbers like basically now. Right, and channels that exist now and are streaming, you know, the same contemporaneous. It's like, what can I do to increase watch on? Yeah, court's on break. It's on break till 1:45. So we're gaming for the moment and contemplating what we can do to make the channel more popular. Yeah, I think breaking it up was the way to go. I think it was a mistake for us to stream through. Yeah, I think it was a mistake to stream through. Okay, well, you live and you learn. I'm not going to change it now, but I'll change it for next week. I'm not fine just the way I am because I'm not getting the results I want. So something's wrong in this equation. So I don't know what's going on. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. I mean, you know, because if for no other reason than the most practical, this is my full-time job now, right? And so, like, I need to be thinking about this from a business perspective. It's like, what can I do to bring in more customers in the door? So it's like saying you're fine the way you are is not particularly helpful. I appreciate the sentiment on one level, but like as business, I'm not getting enough people coming through the door. So what can I do to get more people through the door so that I can continue to have a business? You know? My Twitter is on civil law. I don't tweet updates through the trial, but that's something I could do. I could be live tweeting it. It's not actually the worst idea I've ever heard. I could live tweet like in response to my own thread. That'd be interesting. Maybe I should do that. That's an interesting idea. Short recaps. We can do that as well. Today it'll be hard to recap because I literally couldn't hear it. But maybe next week the audio issues will be better and we can recap it. So recap is a good idea. The real-time tweeting is not a bad idea. Or at least tweeting about major elements of the trial. That could be interesting. That's a good suggestion. Well, the gaming stream is definitely not a good draw to the channel, that's true. Maybe it's a mistake to game at all on this channel. That's possible. It's just a mistake to game on this channel at all. Even if it's members only, maybe it's a mistake. It just hurts the analytics too much. And me taking a break while the court's in session and gaming is not good. Yeah. I'll definitely take your errors. I need them. Make a gaming channel? I'd never be able to drive enough traffic to it to make it worthwhile. But not gaming on this channel makes sense. Or only gaming on Twitch. For the 5 people that subscribe to me on Twitch. But yeah, that's a fair point. That's a fair criticism. The real-time tweeting is a good idea. Breaking up the stream is a good idea. I do have a second channel for shorts as it happens. Uncivil shorts. It's just like captures from my longer form videos, but I do have a shorts channel. It hasn't been particularly successful. I think it's only got like 3,000 subs. There's no trial right now. We're on break. The court is on break. Should be coming back in 10 minutes or so. The ghostly looking people are from finishing the major dungeons. When you complete the major dungeons, you get the ghostly looking people. Yeah, the state is still presenting. Yeah. We might start doing recaps next week. I can't recap today because I didn't really hear it. Because the volume was so bad. But yeah, the state is still presenting. There was some testimony about what the defendant actually did do. But I couldn't quite hear it because the volume was so bad, so. That was annoying. I activated my glider at the very last minute. It's a game I like to play. It's a game I like to play, where I activate my glider just before I hit the ground. Most of the time I get it right. Every once in a while I get it wrong though, but it's a game I like to play. How close can I activate it before I actually hit the ground? I'm getting pretty good at it. No? I'll tweet out when the court resumes. That's fair. I will tweet it when the court resumes. That's a good point. And next week I'll break it up into 2 streams. I suppose I could end the stream and just start a new stream. That might be more logical. Let me do that. Let's see. Schedule. The court should be resuming soon. I'll schedule a new stream and I'll dump you guys over there so it should automatically follow you and then we can retweet out the new thing. So it'll kind of get where some of what we're trying to accomplish done. And then I'll retweet out like in real time what testimony we hear about this afternoon. We'll give that a shot. I know I'm live. How do I create a new thing in the schedule? Can I not create a new thing in the schedule? I must be able to. Current broadcast. Oh, here we go. Scheduled broadcast. Schedule broadcast. Schedule. Okay, great. Live stream. Yes. I want to reuse the same settings that I had before. Reuse same settings. Oh, no. Trial of Scot Peterson. Okay, great. Do that. Change the thumbnail. Do that. Great. Schedule. Oh, no. Not 140, not 139. Go back. Back. Well, I'll have to fix it in YouTube, which is fine because I have to go there for the redirect anyway. All right, read youtube.com. Let's see, do this. Let's see, go to live. Okay. Let's see, change the time. First, I'd like to turn on monetization, change the time. Change the time from 1:39 to 12:45. 12:45 p.m. today. On the 9th? Yes. 12:45. Great. All right, redirect that, change that time. Okay, now go to the stream. Go to edit. Go to customization. Go to redirect. Add in the stream. Save. Great. Okay, guys, I will see you in about 2 minutes or so. You should automatically be redirected. And then we'll start the afternoon stream. I have enjoyed being with you. I will see you very, very shortly. I've been Uncivil Law. Until later, my friends, I hope all's well. Cheers, my friends, and goodbye.